Yeah, we're totally gonna ask the viewers about that. We are live, by the way, so you know.
All right.
Oh, we
Hello.
are?
Yeah.
Oh.
So leave your flat Earth comments in the down below.
Which
Please.
Narnia
Our
world do you
conversations
think
about
Chris Chan is
where
going to merge with
Narnia
next?
relates to fucking Middle Earth beyond the ice wall, because this is apparently what we're gonna talk about today.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I
mean,
think
it's-
what we were really talking about is how the dimensional merge that Chris Chan is predicting is really folding all of the different ice wall universes into the one world, and that's when the Earth will become spherical.
Welcome to this week's episode of Rough Rolling, where apparently pain really is the name of this fucking game. We are all glad to be here, at least one would fucking hope. And hopefully everyone is feeling better, because God fucking knows I am. Last session, which was on Friday, I was really fucking sick still. And I'm actually glad I was able to do half the voices I was at that point, because, wow, I kind of don't remember a lot of last week, period.
That's fair.
But, I guess now we're back on our regular schedule, and it's looking like everybody's at least somewhat perkier. So even though the last session was a little bit quiet, why don't we get an idea as to what all happened last week? Birch, take it away.
So, let's see. We went down from the Medinan Keep. We head up the Torwatcher estate. We were following some sort of a lead on what was it? Some folks that we were finding out about just then. The Shadow Chasers. Something going on in Better Home with a lot of dead people. Not a lot of information on the incident, and it was magical in nature. It seemed like the kind of thing that might have been getting covered up, possibly. So then after that, we went to the newspaper to sort out what was going on with the articles that had been printed. There was a little bit of a correction that we dealt with there. Before that, I think they talked about Joseph Barvasi, and he was the one who set up the new gang that he had christened with his name in town. Joel, what was the gang that he had before?
Breakwaters. Yeah.
No worries. I was trying to read my own handwriting, and I'm like, nah, I gotta tag in for that one.
That's all good.
So then let's see. We were going to the Green Moss Ale House. I think, yeah, that was following up on the King of Scale stuff, and that's where we're going to be headed now. Oh yeah, you talked with Cyrus too. That was the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, oh yeah, the other big thing that was a drop there was that it turns out that these guys are connected to the Vaetian religion. So my own pride and joy right there. So we're gonna have to see exactly how that connection plays out.
Sounds fun.
Mm-hmm.
Worrying.
Everything's worrying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that basically covers everything. I know, at the Torwatcher estate, you guys asked a decent amount of questions. I believe the cover was that Daxius was acting as a representative for the Hatzbolt family here in the city, asking about information in the area regarding magical artifacts. And by the end of that conversation, it became very apparent that the master of the house was fucking with you. And as you guys were led out, I believe you were given the answer of, when you come back, I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Pretty much, yeah.
There's Pocket
I knew
Cat.
someone was going to say it.
Pocket Cat has a lot to say about this incident. And then, yeah, Daxius, you speaking with Cyrus primarily about, like, your own personal motivations as to why you were actually even here, why you're taking up this kind of work, and about your compatriots and how they are relating to the organization as a whole, your own group, and what they actually want to get out of being an initiate with the Valier Society. After that was done, I believe, yeah, everybody kind of got together. Those of you who were going, as I believe those who were not of the more bestial races decided maybe it's a good idea to hang back. So 3 of you are going to be leaving again for the Green Moss Ale House to take in a sermon from the individual that was spoken to you, somebody named Azar.
I do remember you talking about the other 2 hanging back nearby, but still being in the area.
I think so, but that would be something they have to confirm.
Yeah, we were. I don't remember for sure about Garudimish, but I know Vic was basically just stationed out nearby, kind of waiting for things in case things go bad.
I want to say by like
Yeah,
the
that's where I
bazaar
was
nearby.
as well.
By the Green Moss Ale House, there's a Wall's End Bazaar nearby. It's a good
Just be
meeting
hanging
point.
out there.
Yeah.
Probably going to be closed at this time of night, but that doesn't mean that the roads themselves are off limits. So yeah, you'd be able to like go in there without too much problem.
Okay, works for me.
So
before we head over there, I was gonna see if I could maybe set up a spell real quick.
Sure. No problem.
So, yeah.
We haven't.
Take 1 second.
Since the
And
fight,
That's
did we rest?
I guess I don't need to roll that.
No.
It's still
I
the
don't
same
think
day.
so.
It's 11
Is-
p.m.
Okay.
Is anyone?
Yeah, I'm still
actually?
I'm still a little. Actually, I just remembered I have a wand of cure light. I'm gonna use that on myself a bit.
Well, I'm gonna just use channel positive energy right now.
Oh,
so,
all right, sure then.
Yeah.
Use
So
that
this is
first.
gonna.
I have soothing mud if
on
anyone
all of
would
us.
like to partake.
It gets like matted in my
Oh,
fur.
that'd be good. You just. Oh, that's right. You do have to like soak in
Mhm.
it.
Yeah.
I mixed it up with the other kind of healing surface thing we talked about. So you heal for 11.
Awesome. I'm only 4 down.
Since Vic and I are outside, I guess we can't apply this healing.
Right.
I don't know
However-
where he's casting it, whether it's.
I
somewhere or
assumed.
Well, let's see. Where's Daxius right now?
I assumed we were all together when you were casting this. Like this is like
Yeah.
before like going in.
Mhm.
Do we want to say that?
Mhm.
Okay, then I will apply it.
Because it
And
it takes
I apply it?
6 seconds. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it takes 6 seconds to cast the spell. You don't all have to be together. You can be if you want to. But I tried to make sure that people are aware and gather around. And that's going to charge up. We're seeing 4 of the obsidian stars. So
Okay.
Is it just me or is the background music really loud this time?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not sure
'cause we
what has
changed.
Okay.
it seems like it hops around for me too
I
sometimes.
just want to
Yeah,
make sure
you have
people can hear
to-
us on stream.
I think what it might be is because it's at a new IP, it
Yeah.
might not have saved our settings or something like that.
Yeah, I had to change my settings when I went into this one.
Yeah, I did too.
And I've been
My
slowly
interface
turning-
was also way too loud.
Yeah, I've been turning each one down because I can't do it overall for some reason. The overall control is not working again for whatever
Of course
reason.
not.
So I have to do it by each track, which is great. I love Foundry. I love when it does shit like this. Does everything and it does nothing for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, when that spell goes off, there's sort of a reaction from inside of the obsidian shards, and you see some of the energy pulsate around the crystals for a moment before sort of turning into like a spiral and descending into them before disappearing. And Vernix just hands one to each of you.
Fuck
There
is
you
this?
It's something I've been working on for a while.
The heck is this?
Yeah, Fernix, what is this?
Yeah, what is this, Vernix?
Do I swallow this in like an emergency? What do I do?
You probably shouldn't swallow volcanic
I
glass.
start swallowing it. I don't know.
Stop.
I have a high enough con to do that.
I had to pry his jaws apart, drop it.
Shatter of
No,
glass,
I don't wanna.
and then it's just taste of iron. Everything tastes like pennies.
Yeah.
Vernix, why doesn't this taste good?
Because you're not supposed to eat it.
Why?
I eat rock candy all the time, though.
I don't think that's. I think you've just been picking rocks off the ground, Grugamesh.
I don't think I'm there.
No, probably not.
Damn. Oh, so it's just going to the three of us.
Yeah, let me
Gotcha.
see. I was like, I can't move the. Yeah, I was like the window. Hold on. Oh dang it! So, hold on. Where is it? I've got the give item to actor up, but it doesn't have the actual button to give to actor.
Mm.
Yeah, getting a type error. So I was like, let me get that sorted out. I
Oh,
got it.
yeah, I got it.
It's
Singing star.
a method of suspending the positive energy, so you can just sort of mentally command it to release into a target that you touch. So
Oh.
should be useful for any potential injury.
Injury. So this is a damaging item.
No, to undo the damage.
Oh, I understand. All right, that's very useful.
Yes. And just keep it in mind. But it does only affect one thing at a time. So.
All right, I'm going to put that into my spring sheath so I can just pop that out anytime.
It's kind of like a big wooden disc with the star suspended inside. So it's like a solid frame, but you could probably like hook it on the side, but it'd be like hanging off of you, I think.
Fair enough. I won't do that then because it doesn't fit.
Yeah. It's where I'm like it's kind of a belt item, but it does have like a hardness and stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
In case somebody wants to target it and smash it.
You're a smash.
So
I'll put the wand of mirror image there instead. That's it.
okay. The walk through the city is definitely a lot more peaceful than it has been the rest of today. It's 11 o'clock. Businesses are closed. The only places that are open are places that serve booze and have performances. So there's a lot of music, a lot of calling, a lot of sounds of food being eaten and drinks being quaffed as you head through the city. You're able to cast the spells that you need, hand off any kind of equipment, and share a couple of words as you move back across the city into Wall's End to the Green Moss Ale House, which is where you were told to return to if you wish to hear the words of the Herald of the King of Scales.
Pretty important sounding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Me, Fernix, and Sven, guess just walk right on in.
All right. You leave Grugamesh and Vic to hide themselves wherever they feel is best.
Actually, I will right before we enter, I'll cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay.
Man, I'm hungry.
You look over to Sven. Man, I'm hungry. Look over to everyone.
Man, I'm hungry.
So, you head in, and just like earlier in the day, this place is definitely a lot more heavily populated by people more like you than they are people more like Vic or Rugamesh. It is busy in here, but perhaps not as busy as it was at lunch. You see the same hobgoblin who spoke with you, Sven, earlier in the day. And as you come in, he makes sure to look at you and wait until you meet his eyes, before then kind of doing one of these back towards the rear of the building and then looking away.
Okay. I'll look to the party and I'll say, I'm being summoned, it seems, by the person that I spoke to. I'll catch back up with you.
Oh, really? I didn't know
Alright.
you were an outsider. It's
I'll be here.
a joke.
Right. Well, I suppose I'll meet back up with you.
I'll be watching from a distance.
I'll go after him.
All right. The hobgoblin waits for you to come over to the table before, as he's like looking at the papers at his on the table before him. He doesn't really look up. He just says, "Take you and your crew into the back, eh? Go on. That's funny business."
All right. I guess I go back for my crew.
Yeah, the eye was like towards the rear of the building, not come here.
Oh, okay.
But well,
I'm sorry, I'm stupid. All right. I go back to the crew and I say, hey, actually, we're going behind the back of the building. So,
Okay.
All right. Lead on
I
then.
was told to bring your crew around. Bring my crew around. I suppose you lot are my crew. Oh,
I
As long
look
as they're here.
down and
just
check
talking
my
as we
rapier.
walk. Yeah,
Always great when you're going around at the back of the building.
we still didn't bring, like, we're not wearing our armor or weapons, are we? Thought we specifically were leaving this behind.
If I can get away with it, I'm bringing my crossbow with me, but I don't have much
the
else.
implication is going through the rear of the building, not around the side of the building.
Oh, okay.
As in go through
I
the
have-
kitchens.
I have remembered more information about why I am dumb. We are going through the rear of the building, which is under the staircase. No. Through kitchen.
The back door?
Hmm.
You see all the NPCs like do this, just in fucking.
But Sven loves coming through the
Alright.
back door.
Only if it's yours, baby.
Mine are Garugamesh's. You know, you can tell me later.
Yeah, I'll tell you later.
Please.
We follow Sven through the back door.
So, you guys go around the bar, going back a hallway which runs the length of the building, which takes you back towards a sizable doorway that leads into a separate adjoining room. Somebody you don't recognize, but who is dressed in much the ways as what you would expect, perhaps like a low-level mercenary or something like that, just kind of sees you coming and waits for you to get close and more or less just does like one of these, like come here, line up. As you go or as you approach, he just walks down and like touches each one of you on the head and like touches you like around the sides. Like he's not searching you for like weapons or anything like that. It seems to be that he is checking to see if you're as tall as you look and as thin as you look.
Oh, interesting. Sven does have a dagger, but nothing else.
Yeah, those of you who have brought weapons, he does not give a shit.
And by
All
nothing else, I mean no pants, no.
No pants, no service.
After that, he just does one of these over his shoulder. All right, just go through the back here. Go through Through the stairs and somebody will take you.
All right.
You head back through the kitchen and then into an adjoining larder where you find the woman, the Rougarou, who was running the bar earlier today. She waits for you to come, takes you to a doorway, which is like haphazardly hidden in the rear corner of the room, kind of bangs on it in a rhythmic manner, and the wall kind of opens up and she guides you through. Doesn't say a single word, doesn't really try to meet anybody's eyes, just gets you moving, and that's that. You enter into a hidden staircase where a rat folk is waiting for you, a kind of a mottled black and white, Dumbo-eared instead of the more wild-looking rat that you have seen in Blinks back in Innsbruck, who waits for you to come in and then begins leading you downstairs. The stairs wind down and down and down and down and down, going from wood to kind of a rough-hewn stone to something that is much better made. Still heavily used, as you can tell by the grooves that are cut into the actual stonework, but it is much smoother, much cleaner cut stone, and much older. You reach the bottom, and the rat folk just kind of like gives you a gesture and begins leading you through, holding up a torch, an ever-burning torch. What appears to be rather old yet well-maintained corridors. Even in the darkness, and even those of you who are not exactly well versed in the history or profession of stonemasonry, you can definitely tell that the stonework that is around you is quite old and quite well maintained. It is a very milky white color to it, seemingly relatively undamaged or unweathered by the passage of time. The blocks are fit together rather like almost flush, leaving no grooves for necessary masonry grouting. He then leads you going forward and kind of moving through these corridors, most of which don't really change. You pass through a couple of cross sections and you're able to get a look as to what's down the adjoining corridors, but it seems to be a lot more of the same. It's only maybe about 5-10 minutes of walking before finally you come to another set of stairs.
That's a lot of walking.
That is.
There is.
Mhm.
There is, yeah.
Can I
We went down a ways.
You did
Yeah,
go
no, never
down
mind.
quite a ways.
Mm-hmm.
You're also trying to match the speed of a rat folk, who is like 3 feet tall. So, yeah. Alright, anyways, can you what?
I had an idea, but I'll save that for the way out.
Okay. You, upon reaching this other set of stairs, these are much larger, like wider across, and wind up in a much, I guess, more elegant and less utilitarian, more presentation manner. Still the same kind of make, but the rat folk just kind of gestures for you to go up as if, hopefully you can climb the stairs all by yourself.
Hopefully.
I
Yeah,
just
we go.
give them a nod and head down.
Yeah, the rat folk does not say much of anything. He does look to everybody, but he doesn't really say anything. You at least think. With rat folk, it can sometimes be a bit difficult.
Racist.
Yeah. Kind
You
of same.
climb-
I don't really say anything.
Up the steps, getting a look at their construction once again, and you watch as it transitions from very well made, very well kept stones to much more rough hewn, matching some of the stonework that you've seen around the city, including in the walls. And then eventually almost a mixture of the two. When you reach the top, you come out not in a building, but in an open area. You can hear the murmur of other voices, see the flicker of light as you surface from the steps and find yourself in the open air. Above you is the wide sky with the moon with the moons that are about to be like new. So there's only like a sliver of each one of them left. You're standing in a glade where probably about a good 20 to 25 other people have gathered. A strange mixture of half-orc tiefling, catfolk, ratfolk, rougarou, a smattering of beast folk, all of whom seem to be relatively similar in stature, meaning that they're dressed pretty much as commoners would. None of them are armed. Most of them are chatting with one another or just looking around, trying to figure out where they are and what's going to happen. Around you is a ring of stones, obviously naturally placed there. But those of you who are tall enough, and by which I mean Sven, you are able to see over some of the lower portions where you can see the tops of buildings in the distance. Are over top of them, and it is very easily to figure out that you're standing on the island in the middle of the Elb.
Oh shit.
Shut up, Daxies. I don't tell you this. No.
Fair enough.
I'll mention and I'll be like, we're in the middle of the Elb?
Huh? Things.
Look, can't you see? And then I look down and see how short they all are, and I say, "Oh yes, we're in the middle of the Elb. If you can see the river from here on either side."
I can't see shit over people's shoulders, I'd say, as I'm fucking 5'4".
Perhaps you should drink more milk.
I've heard that one so much.
Wait, somebody say Milkies?
Mommy Milkies?
Nurse me, mommy. Nurse me. Oh shit! I forgot we're streaming. I probably should have said that. Nobody clipped that.
Nobody noticed. Nobody noticed.
No.
It's okay. You can pitch underhandedly like.
You get a call from your job. Hey, we just got sent this clip.
Yeah, legally, this was a joke.
So
You all don't want me to go to second shift, so you sabotage my new job.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to do any sabotage.
Is this what you want representing your company?
Okay, see that's the thing is my mouth always gets me in trouble, so I decided to go into HR so that way I can be above the law.
Exactly.
Too weak to become
Brilliant.
a cop. Smart enough to become HR. Become a class traitor. So, you see around you that a lot of the other people who are gathered here are kind of facing towards what appear to be old ruins. Made of the same very light-colored stone, marble, or granite, hard to fucking tell. Here, however, it is very, very well worn away. Exposed to the elements, it has been worn down to nubs in a lot of places. So whatever was built out here, there isn't much of it left. However, there is enough of something left over that it creates sort of a stage. A stage that is lit up by ever-burning torches which have been installed in sconces haphazardly attached to the stonework themselves, almost in the same way that lime lights would in a stage production. You will have at least a few minutes to look about, speak to one another, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, just sort of look to the other two.
Oh, we're in the middle of the. Hey, what was it again? Oh, yes, I already said this.
Good. L. Well,
No, this is a
Yes.
whole lot of very concerning things.
mhm.
They're somewhere we can't run. I say that quietly.
Yeah, so let's just play our cards right.
Be best
Think
not
that-
to have to make any sudden maneuvers. Don't really have any way to guarantee we'll survive a dip if we need to take it.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't bring very much on me, so I might.
My swimming skills aren't the greatest. I will say, if one of you guys fucks up, I'll probably leave you behind just so I can get Vic and Guru.
Hmm.
So don't fuck up.
Yes.
Anyway,
Alright. In the darkness, you're able to hear other people murmuring a lot of the same, maybe thoughts as you're having, as in, like, where are we? You know, what's going to happen? So on and so forth. Probably a little more frightening for some of them, as even as you guys are just overhearing, like eavesdropping on other people's conversations, you can tell that most of the people here are stevedores, laborers, garbage men, carpenters, masons, things like that. They're pretty much average people who live here in the city. Nothing special, not mercenaries, not soldiers, not adventurers. Just people trying to make a living.
Everyone? I'm actually going to split off a bit and just make a comb of the crowd and see if that's the description of everyone or if there's anyone that stands out.
There's at least one person, another Rougarou, that appears to be better dressed. Perhaps they happen to be working maybe as like a nurse or a scribe of some kind, like they're obviously educated. They're standing kind of by themselves. It's a woman, female, shorter, thin, obviously not very well built. Her clothes suggest somebody of maybe not actual station, so not nobility by any fucking stretch, but somebody who looks to the others and does not feel like they fit in.
Right. All right.
Rugamesh immediately goes over and tries to pickpocket. I could feel it. I could feel him thinking it.
Drops down from the ceiling.
I'm going to psychically roll a sleight of hand check, and if it does well enough, then I will successfully pickpocket this guy. I got a 20.
Wow.
Not natural.
Not natural, it's a dirty 20.
It's a
So-
2.
Actually, that's something that I do want to know. How high is the ceiling in here?
I don't think there is a
There is
ceiling.
no ceiling. It's open air. You're able to see the sky above you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, so we went down pretty far, but I guess I kind of didn't ask how far down that was.
You're thinking at least maybe 200 to 300 feet.
Okay. So, do I still have telepathic contact with Etor? Because he'll be back over where Vic and Yuru are.
He might be within range because it's what 1,000 feet.
Yeah,
He
But
might be
it's-
within range.
yeah. I think it goes through stone, but it doesn't go through some sort of thing.
Yeah, based on the
That's magic-y.
ruler, if you go to like the shore, you'll be within range. But I'm just using
Yeah.
the ruler. I don't know how accurate the ruler is.
But
Like if you stand in the middle of the island, it reaches like the edge of the bazaar.
so he's got like a paper and like an ink pen to write down messages.
Mhm. I'm gonna say that yeah, you're probably likely within range, assuming that Etor, because Etor is not like Vic or Gira where he has to really hide. Etor can go up onto a roof and be sort of wherever. After maybe about 5 minutes or so, You see a group of people come up the stairs behind you. 5 bodies. 4 taller, 1 short. Those that are taller are dressed in armor. Perhaps not the best armor in the world, but they are at least fit the individuals they are meant for. They're primarily blue and gold in color, where they are actually colored. Most of them are caped and hooded, and they move through the crowd, kind of splitting it, guiding the 5th individual, who is significantly shorter and wearing a heavy green cloak robe.
Kobold.
And once they get to the steps, the shorter individual goes up onto the steps, and the 4 others spread out to the edges of the compound. The about, 50 feet, 60, 70 feet across of standing space. So, individuals waiting in the wings, but they're not, like, infiltrating the crowd or trying to pressure anybody. They're just giving their own, I guess, presence. The shorter individual in the green cloak, once they're up on top, turns around and lowers the hood. You are able to see a green scale kobold male. Age, hard to tell. Perhaps Phoenix is the only one that can figure that he's likely between the ages of 18 and 25. Definitely on the younger side.
I thought kobolds had a short life expectancy.
I
In
also
my
thought
setting,
that.
they can hit like 60
God damn.
if they live among like a normal life. In the wild, they're not going to hit 20.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, whether
I
out
love
of their own
talking
stupidity
about them
or
like, oh yeah, kobolds in the wild have a shorter life expectancy. Like, they kind of
By a lot.
well, access to food, their own stupidity, and fucking with soldiers and farmers. Yeah, sort of like animals, really.
Sorry, I was muted. I said, whoa, I don't know that you can compare them to that.
You mean like any
You know,
any individuals, whether they're animal or not, that they have a longer lifespan when lived in comfort and stability?
Yes.
Too bad. Oh well. Kobolds die at 20 now.
Good. Fuck kobolds. Don't fuck
So-
kobolds.
Anyways. He turns around and raises up his arms and like waits for everybody to fall into like silence before saying thank you. As he's standing in the light, you're able to see that while his face is revealed, that there is a sizable eye patch that goes across like the left side of his face. Like cloth that goes like almost all the way across, hiding it. Wrapping around and like tied to his horns. His good eye, his right eye, works over the crowd for a few seconds as everybody quiets down a little bit. And he says, I see so many new faces tonight. So much fear, uncertainty, resentment. And I will not pretend to not know why you express it. It is what has brought you to us, into the embrace of like-minded people who have suffered the same fate as you for simply existing while different. All the worsened by the putrid, provocative words of a singular, insolent inheritor. You seek safety in the company of a group that might offer real protection, where the Lunar Guard will not, and the Talon Company cannot. It is for this reason that we understand, and we welcome you. My name is Azar, herald of his words across Lunarbrook and the Principality as a whole. And I'm quite certain that you stand there and peer upon my green scales and wonder who put a robe on that country bumpkin. There is a smattering of laughter, a decent amount of it sounding rather nervous. The kobold smiles a little bit and says, It's fair. For like some of you, I have not been in Lunabrook long, nor even among the Scaleless. Like you, I have wilted at being at the mercy of human shopkeepers and dwarven floor bosses. Or worse. I've seen how people like me are treated. Robbed, abused, wrongfully accused, and worse. Kobold, yes, but catfolk and Rougarou, tiefling and half-orc. They let us work in their cities, in their businesses, even their homes. Yet they don't want us to live in it, especially after the sun sets. And to that there is a decent amount of, like, murmured of assent. Of, you know, yeah, we understand that kind of thing. And now they beat us, and kill us, hang us from the wash line like strange fruit from a sycamore tree. I fear it will only get worse, too. A cult ravages Bridgefront. Magical anomalies have been felt throughout the city. The Hell Knights grow ever bolder, and now torches split the night in search of unwary prey. I know you all have the same stories as I, and I can see it plainly in your eyes. Doubt, the concern, disbelief. Is this the King of Scales? No. No, I just talk for him, when he deigns to talk at all. Why me, you ask? Perhaps no other reason than any cleric is called to their god, Providence. For I was saved by the King of Scales. On the road from my warren, where I was kicked out for learning to read, wanting to be better than some thieving little kobold, wasn't long before humans set upon me like hungry wolves, beating and robbing. And then he appeared. Stepped from the darkness and set the thieves to flight after he seized one and threw him into the distance with one single hand. The kobold leans forward, like makes a motion and goes, ah! And throws nothing out into the air. And in the fleeing torchlight I saw his face. Dragonborn, scales like platinum or heavenly white gold. And he touched me, said I was fine, and vanished as quickly as he had come. It was a miracle. And I rushed to Lunabrook. So many other kobolds have come here, and I thought, surely this is a sign. I would have a good life. Then the city happened. Terrible job. Filthy, dangerous holes to live in the ground. Fed scraps and accosted just for existing. I feared it was all for naught. And months later made the mistake of traveling through Crown Heights at night. Alone. And in the darkness someone grew interested. Not to rob me of what few coins I had, but for my life. Guards, drunken mercenaries, witless adventurers, doesn't matter. They were armed and they were armored. They beat me. They kicked me. They slashed open my face as I turned to run and pinned my hand to the dirt with the blade. And when I waited for the coup de grace to come, they stopped. The human was hoisted from the ground, thrown up over the 3-story roof, and I saw him again. The king, breaking one of their arms and pitching him up the alleyway like yesterday's refuse. A third ran, but the king hurled a brick down 2 blocks and knocked him cold. And as I bled on the cobbles, thankful to be saved but knowing I was dead, he performed another miracle. For not only did he heal me, he gave me a wonderful gift. The kobold stops and reaches up and begins undoing the eye cover. And as the cloth is folded, you can see the sizable scar that goes down over his face, filled with a glittering material and a very obviously not real eye. An eye that moves with his other and seems to dilate just as any living eye would. There are some people who lean forward and, like, try to take a better look, and so Azar steps forward and turns his eye, and in the torchlight you're able to see the glittering, the opalescent quality of what has filled in the very severe wound and restored his face to normal. Or as close to normal as one is going to get.
Everyone's getting in closer to see the eye. I'm like, what's going on? I can't see what's going on.
I'm gonna roll sleight of hand to take the eye.
He restored my
Got
sight.
through the nose.
better than before. He then told me to keep safe, learn to protect myself, and to not end up like this again. And then he vanished, stepped into thin air, and was gone. And these are his miracles. He sees your pain, and he gestures towards the artificial eye. He hears your suffering. He wants more for you, and that is why we are here. Because we aren't safe. Because we need help. Because things need to change. And I will not promise some heaven to come. What I offer is a promise of a better tomorrow, but you must be the agent of that change. Here, you can learn to protect yourself. Here, you can learn to better yourself. And in his name, you will take your rightful place in this world, by hook or by crook. So if you come searching for simple sanctuary, for cheap succor, go to the great pantheon and throw yourself at the patriarch's feet, because you will not find that here. If not, stay. The kobold stalks up the side of the impromptu stage and waits. There are some murmurs that slowly die, but nobody moves. Going to the other torch, Azar stops and nods and says, "Good. Come forward, all of you. Make your mark and receive yours in turn." He gestures towards one of the taller individuals, who steps forward and from the robes that hid his figure, produces a scroll, which he hands up to the speaker. He then unfurls it and sets it down onto the smooth, flat, somewhat pockmarked surface of the stage. A pen is then produced and an inkwell. The taller individual and a second then stand waiting, flanking the paper, as Azar stands up and gestures for everybody to come. People begin to, after a few seconds of, lack of surety, line up and pick up the quill to sign. As the first one goes up and grabs the pen, Azar announces to the crowd, "You will be contacted when the time is right for training and teaching, and for those who can teach and train, mark it down, for your skills will help others. Afterwards, you'll be allowed into the common area, down into the rectory. Enjoy our sanctuary while you can. And for those of you with a sensitivity towards the arcane, there may be work for you already." He then steps back and lets the crowd filter forward and sign. As each person does, he asks them to present one of their hands, which you watch the first person does, holding their hand up, and he goes forward and signs over it, producing a light that glows on the individual's hand. They look to it with a bit of shock, and then Azar nods his head and moves everyone along.
I don't know if this is something I can
Yeah.
tell, but is this that sign, was that arcane magic or holy magic?
It appears to be holy magic. I realize that this spell is not actually granted to certain classes, but the GM wills it, and the GM gets it.
All right.
This feels like a bad idea.
Can I make a spellcraft check to see what it is?
Sure.
May I also,
Eh,
just in case?
Yes.
May I also,
Oh.
just in case?
Yeah.
Can I just assist Fernix?
Sure. Either
I
way.
mean, I could assist too.
Yeah, no. No
Alright,
fucking clue.
guys. I got a 15.
you're radioing us.
Yeah.
Even if Sven wasn't helping, a 20 is enough to tell you that it is an arcane mark.
Arcane what?
An arcane mark.
Mm.
The spell level. So
It's a level
they
0.
should give a. Oh yeah, I just look over at the others and I just shake my head like walk over at it. So nothing.
It's very, very simple magic, yeah.
It's arcane mark.
It's not like something that can be tracked.
It's a cantrip.
All right, I'll just look to Sven.
Like,
You already gave your blood to fucking to the breakwaters.
Not
the harm
by
in this?
choice.
At least this will be. I think there's only more we can learn if we go deeper.
I suppose if Furnik says that it's safe.
I trust his judgment.
yeah, I'm not looking back at them, but I just raise my my brow and I nod like, yeah. Well, what are you worried about here?
Yeah, I'll
It's
follow.
not that bad.
All right. Yeah,
Cue the-
I'll get my.
The meteor swarm coming in behind us as soon as we exit.
I mean, this is basically like getting one of those stamps at a nightclub.
Kinda, yeah.
Magic stamp.
One that technically is permanent. I mean, you can remove it, but as in you need magic to remove it. Not
Yeah.
difficult magic, but magic nonetheless.
I'll get it.
The crowd moves forward. He presents each individual with the same mark. Most of the people like look at it as they're walking away, and you watch as some people go past you, and you can see it's the same symbol that you saw on Martin's hand earlier today.
Gonna ask, yeah. Interesting. Huh. All right.
What is the order between the three of you as you get to the front of the line?
Sven will go first. Who cares?
Okay.
I'll give you a potion as well. You can just drop a shield of faith on yourself, or throw it at someone. Honestly, if you want to.
I don't need it yet.
Oh well.
I'll
Actually,
go
that's fair.
last.
Or wait, is this some? Do I have to like consume it to use it later, or?
So it's a liquid in the container, but it vaporizes
and
when you throw it, so you
it's
can
one
just
of the-
drop it in your space.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Okay.
Yeah. No worries. Yeah, and don't worry if you don't use it; it goes away at the end of the day. So
basically
Work it
functions like a
out.
Baldur's Gate potion.
yeah, it's a temporary potion version of the spell, basically. So
All right.
As you get to the front, in order to make your mark, you do see a decent amount, maybe like 5 or 6 of the people that have signed in front of you have basically just made it an X. They likely can't even write out their own names, which isn't necessarily an uncommon thing in this era. Those who can, you do see a smattering of like, was a caravan guard or knows minor magic. You do see one person's signature, which is significantly like nicer than a lot of the others. Reads that they are a wizard of some skill.
Oh yeah, probably on our way up we should discuss. Do we disclose that we know magic? It could get us in deeper, but it could get us in too deep.
You guys don't have to,
Might.
but I was going to.
might be good to hurry things along.
I suppose I should.
Okay. What do you write down?
I'll say druid.
Okay.
Because I figure in this setting, like druid and hunter linguistically are basically the same thing. Just I'm a special druid.
That you don't have nearly as much magic as a regular druid.
I mean, hey, my spike growth is better, and that's all that matters.
I guess, yeah, among annoying fucking spells.
I mean, I think spike growth is one of Sven's like most useful traits. Like whenever he whips it out,
Fuck
I
you.
always what?
I mean, its usages against flying enemies is just untold.
And against enemies,
Oh
if
wait,
I'm told.
are we talking
Yeah.
about Garugamesh? Is usage against flying enemies? How useful he is against them?
We're all useful against them. Yeah.
I'm,
In
Yes.
your own way.
Hey, I like the spike growth. I'm team spike growth. So
I love it. It just hasn't properly gotten used yet.
I think
We
it's
haven't
cool.
fought
I
with
just
one.
think you shouldn't use it to hurt the party anymore.
It hasn't been used to hurt the party yet.
It's
It-
exclusively
yeah,
been
It's
used to hurt the party.
exclusively
It
hurt the
has.
party.
The only creatures that it's damaged have been us and our allies.
Yeah.
No.
It has, yes.
No.
well, since all the spikes are invisible, would be a really funny prank is if you went to like a crowded marketplace and just dropped it. see how many dozens of people it takes for them to figure it out.
Prank.
Dozens of people would go
Yeah, 'cause they can't
unconscious because they have
see
4
it.
health.
It would kill multiple
It-
commoners.
It's a level 3 spell with like a really high perception DC, so you just look down and you're like, why am I getting stabbed?
Yeah.
Don't know, because
And I think
Can't see
only
it.
rogues can attempt the DC.
to
Or
to
those
disarm
ones.
it, yeah. To
no,
disarm the
no,
sharp
spot.
grass.
Do commoners really only have 4 health?
Not a lot. Something like that.
They have like a D8. So
Oh, that's more than I was expecting, to be honest.
average
Yeah,
of
because
like
wizards-
4.
Wizards have a D6, so
Mm.
I think Garugamesh could kill him with his grip strength. Hey, nice to meet you.
yeah, you give them like a really firm handshake, like standard dwarven handshake, and you break their arm. You almost do with Daxius every time.
Who is second up after Sven?
I can go. And I'm just gonna make basically like sort of the lower half of a hexagon, separated upper half of a hexagon, and then draw a line between the two.
As your signature?
Mhm. I don't have a way to make arcane mark on it, but
Oh
I am
yes,
wishing
Sven,
that I did.
he does make the mark. It glows a little bit, otherwise seems harmless.
Okay.
yeah. And who's the one administering these?
It is Azar. He is so he leans forward, watches you sign. Do you offer up any information beyond that?
I just unwrap the bandage around my my handsome and offer that.
You watch as you're like creating out the symbol on the parchment. You watch as his artificial eye deviates in order to like, because he's like leaning forward, watching you, and his eye leans up and like looks right at you, and you hear a bit of a or feel a bit of a buzz, and then just hear like flies to water, huh, boy? And you're the only one that hears this.
I give him kind of a sort of look without really saying much of anything.
Yeah, Zar
And,
doesn't react to that. Although you do see him kind of like wince and like grumble a little bit at the same time. He afterwards kind of shakes his head like, "What the fuck just happened?" kind of thing.
Yeah, I do sort of mutter under my breath. That was something.
He recovers a bit, sees that you're done writing, and when you offer your hand, he makes the mark. It appears after a split second, does a little bit of a glow, and then just kind of settles in. Very simple.
Yep. I'll step out of his way after that.
Okay. Which leaves Daxius. What are you putting down?
I'm putting down as my name Ibarra, and I'm gonna
taking a page out of Garugamesh's book.
maybe. Oh, I already gave someone. My thought process for that was I already gave someone the name Anara, so if someone asks questions, I could just say they misheard. I'll put down knows minor magic.
After that is done, he does give you the same mark. It's the same procedure as everybody else. Whit, and the arcane mark appears in the webbing of your thumb and forefinger.
I ask the green kobold Azar while he's doing my hand. Does your power come from the King of Scales himself? He's granted you this ability.
He, as he's finishing the symbol and it begins to glow, he kind of stands tall and says, "A bit of study, a bit of a gift from the King of Scales."
Interesting. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Afterwards, the group kind of begins to head out. You see that a couple of the guards that came in with Azar are like waiting for people to go back down and more or less saying, stick close, we'll take you to the common room and that kind of thing. And Azar and the two other guards remain on the stage for a little while as he rolls up the scroll and hands it back. Like, it's pretty fucking big, so he hands it like this up to the taller individual who puts it under his cloak again. You head down with the crowd. All right.
Like the entire crowd's like leaving back through the way we came.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems like it's probably the direction that we're being herded anyway. So.
Yeah. I don't know what else we can. I mean, can you all think of any questions to ask them directly? Because I'll be honest.
Favorite kind of pizza?
It's a great question. Not the one I was.
Yeah, ask him. Ask him. Does he like the strange fruit on his pizza? Is that?
I mean, pineapple.
Apple from Pines? Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just my Kitsune heritage, but that shit slaps.
I love pineapple pizza. I feel like Sven would not.
It's fine.
It
Pineapple on
hurts.
pizza's fine.
It's so good.
It's great on a good night, and that's about it.
Genuinely, I think my favorite is like pineapple, ham, bacon, green peppers.
Oh, that is good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I mean, I don't
Ham
like
on
pineapple,
pizza,
but ham. Oh, ham is great on pizza. Ham and green peppers. Those are probably my two favorite toppings.
I agree
Yeah,
with green
they're real
peppers.
good.
Green peppers is my favorite toppings.
So at Papa John's, we used to put crushed red pepper underneath the cheese and make pizza that way.
oh,
It was really
that's so
good.
That does sound good.
So,
Anyway,
Yeah, we were having this conversation about pizza as we're.
you're walking down the stairs talking about pizza.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
No, but seriously though, do we have any questions we want to ask? Because I'm gonna be honest, I didn't get as much as I'd hoped I would from this.
I think that perhaps by putting down that we know magic, we will learn more.
I think you're right.
So I do agree. I feel like I wish we came away with more.
They're very secretive, which means they have a lot going on under the surface, and I'd like to know more.
Perhaps that's how they get you.
Probably.
Right.
Fronix,
Seem
what
like
do
a valid.
Oh. No, continue.
Well, what was you going to ask?
I was going to ask what you made of his story about King of Scales.
An interesting sermon.
It doesn't. I just ask considering the tattoo similarities. Is there anything in
Right.
that story that might have rung a bell with your theology?
Not in particular. Was there any like? Did it seem like it was its own original story there, or was it like cobbled together?
Give me a knowledge or religion.
I'll assist.
Because yeah,
Unfortunately, I'm not the one rolling.
I think yeah, it'd be 31.
Yeah.
All right. So, at least for invasion mythology, there really isn't a huge amount of like dogma or stories related to that. And those that do exist generally seem to relate more to how someone comes across magic or how magic is being developed, not how someone is saved. That sounds more like a Lelianin kind of thing. It does ring true with a lot of the shit that you've heard from other kobolds, like leaving, obviously, like being kicked out of a warren seems to be a pretty common experience. Coming to a city in search of a better life, being robbed and accosted either on the way or while here. The only, perhaps, X factor in that is being saved. Like, that seems to be a rather uncommon thing, and they didn't give an idea as to where the first incident happened, just obviously somewhere between wherever their warren was and here. But the other one was specifically said to have happened in Crown Heights, here in the city.
Okay. So,
If you
at
ask
least
me,
keeping it close to home.
yeah. If you ask me, I'm not entirely. I think the kobold might have just misinterpreted something else he might have seen. It's a god.
Not to be, not to judge someone for their race, but kobolds, this is not unheard of.
No, you're right. Historically, a lot of kobolds have worshipped dragons and such. It's just.
It is possible that somebody took advantage of his propensity to worship dragons.
Possible.
We are hearing a very developed version of something that could have happened. So,
Trish, how hard do you think it would be to replicate an eye to such a degree as we've seen today? Would that be something within your skill set, or even more powerful magic?
well, typically one can just remove blindness and deafness and then that solves it, but
This
there are
wasn't
some
blindness.
situations that might require that.
This was having their eye stabbed out.
Such as that, yes. Would normally be the sort of thing one would want to regenerate, but it's not as though it's freely available.
Mm. I suppose I'm asking if this is, in your eyes, a godly feat, or something a mere mortal with enough practice and holy scripture or arcane words might be able to accomplish. Rather
Not
simply.
sure. Well, I'm not sure exactly what it was I experienced up there, but it seems like there's something else going on with him.
What do you mean?
It seemed like there was another presence that stepped in all of a sudden.
I didn't feel this.
Neither did
I didn't sense it myself, but I heard it and looked like he heard it too. I wouldn't be shocked. So maybe something similar to the makes like a clubbing motion, a mace, you know?
Ace.
I don't follow.
Well,
I
Vix.
don't either. Vase!
Oh, mace. I heard mace.
No,
I did too.
the Vix mace. The one that talks into your head.
Oh.
Felt like this?
It did it with all of us. You were there. Come on, it's telepathy.
No. I mean, it felt like that, as in
Right.
that's what it felt like.
Yes, but
Mhm.
well, that's pretty much what I'm gathering it was, but it could be many things. So,
No, that is a good theory. Perhaps the eye is magical in nature, like an artifact of some kind.
And perhaps it's controlling him in this way.
it did seem like it was rather pleased about the situation.
Pleased? Well, what
Yes.
exactly did it say to you? You said it said something.
Like flies to honey. That sort of thing.
Disturbing.
It sounds concerning.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Either way, I don't think we're seeing the full story. I think we've just seen a side of it.
Exactly. So, best to keep it close to your chest for now. If you feel anything try to intrude into your mind, let me know.
Will do. It'll be the first person I go to. I will say, I've sobered up from the alcohol I drank earlier, more or less, and
Mhm.
I don't know if I plan on, if I can sleep tonight. I might hang around Crown Heights for a bit and see if, perhaps history might repeat itself. I'm not expecting anything, but, well, what happened to him happened there, and I'd like to see if I can find anything, even if it's nothing.
You probably know some people who might know a thing or two.
Perhaps. I'm just saying, so you all can. You're all welcome to join me or not. Just making it known.
I've got nothing better to do.
Well, I plan on being there for quite a few hours, unless you plan on not getting any sleep tonight.
Well, was considering the option that might be a longer gathering, so
Fair enough.
I wasn't planning on going to sleep anytime soon myself.
Okay.
And you? Sven? Are you asleep now?
uh, I'm sorry. I was replying to
Oh.
somebody.
Sorry, I didn't know I was derailing you there.
No, I
Ah.
need to set myself to do not disturb. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, I see I'm not the only one with the message spell.
Mhm.
Hold on. All right. What was the question?
Oh, just were you going to come with, or
Oh yeah, sure.
Crown
I think
Heights
we
for
can get it
hours.
first?
What about
Yeah.
Garugamesh and Vic?
Yeah, I'll let Etter know as soon as we're within 1,000 feet to let them know to meet us so we can fill them in,
Yeah.
and then we do that if that happens.
We probably should be meeting up with them as soon as possible. There is quite a lot to talk about from what we've learned. I suppose perhaps we should talk about this before meeting them. Is there any consideration for joining their side?
We don't know enough yet.
It certainly is the sort of thing that seems like low-hanging fruit.
It's too vague.
Right. No, I agree.
Well, it's very easy to take examples of things that happened like this and blow them up to become greater threats than they actually are.
Well, I suppose we will know later. They said that those who can cast magic might get contacted fairly soon.
It's a method of following somebody. In case.
Oh,
Much
these
better.
marks?
Yes. Makes
Oh.
it easier for one to be scryed upon and
Yes, I
sort of
assumed.
Great.
Mhm.
Should
But
we
it's also-
remove them, or should we hold on to them for now?
Well, depends
I'm
on
quite. Oh,
what did you put on the paper.
I just wrote through it.
And you?
fake-ish name, and that I can cast a bit of magic.
I like the idea that he literally wrote fakeish name.
Well,
They look at that squint. Checks out, I guess.
It's for Ryan, I swear.
They're probably not going to be the most open to letting us in directly, because I also put something that's just kind of something that I scratched together. So,
Oh.
yeah. We can take them off if we want to go completely dark.
Oh.
And then have to go our way in.
Great. I suppose I should specify. Sven didn't just write Druid and nothing else.
I assume you put your name down. That was
Yeah.
that was my operating assumption.
Oh.
Yes.
It just clicked in my brain like I didn't specify I put my name down. How funny would that be? The guy going
Yes.
through there and like Druid, what the fuck?
Don't worry, he's special.
It is obviously something that's going to be a little more of a risk to us, so I would normally ask the others, but it's our asses on the line, so really don't care what their opinion is at the moment.
Sorry, I need to step
How
away for
likely
a
do you
second.
think it is that we're going to be killed over this?
I don't think we'll...
I doubt
I don't-
it. I hope we won't.
I'm not sure myself, but there are
Who
fates worse than death, I suppose.
would be doing this, do you think?
The people that we were just in the room with. I mean, these sort of things, they indoctrinate people and get them to take extreme action.
Yeah.
So, if we do want to go deeper into this and see exactly what's going on, it would be good to have something as far as a bargaining chip goes, and it would be good to show at least some level of trust.
All right. So we do a
So,
little bit of work for them. Get the word around town. Find out more. Get deeper.
or at least see what they want.
I just worry about what Gurugamesh and Vic will think and say.
Vic, for his own health, I don't think needs to know the details anyway.
This is realistically something that may have happened before to different people, and they may not have lived very long after they had a
Yeah.
conversation exactly like this one. There are many ways for them to find out information about us at the current moment.
Speaking
but-
of which, is anyone? Are we still with the crowd of people? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, you're walking like 8 feet behind everybody else while you're having this conversation, going down the
Fair.
steps back into the tunnels.
So casting
assume-
detect magic
Was-
to look for scrying orbs would not be a good idea because they would all see scum or some shit.
I was like, can't we see scrying orbs with?
Your
Oh,
bare
yeah.
eyes.
Doesn't require. Yeah, I was like, I think it's only like a DC 20.
Mhm.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you had to cast
Yes.
detect magic for that.
But, it doesn't have a scrying orb show up. Clear audience, clairvoyance. So, you can just be over in the other room and hear an entire conversation.
It'd be.
Mm-hmm.
I think for the safety of everyone, they don't need to know.
They will ask
You put it off
questions
right now.
when we get back.
Right. If you want it removed, I can remove it. But I wanted to let you know.
We could
That-
hide it. Those
How?
gloves.
I don't have the magic aura spell. I can't really suppress it.
You can just wear gloves over it, no?
It made out of lead.
No, to hide it from Vic and Garugamesh.
Oh, no, I didn't mean. Just if you want it off of yourself for any reason at any time, just let me know, and I've got something ready that should get rid of it. I hope
All right.
it's not harmful in and of itself.
I don't like being more easily scryed on, but I'd like to keep appearances with these people for now. And
Um,
besides that, they haven't really said anything that makes me disagree with them. So I suppose time will tell.
Exactly. It's still a bit too early to cast judgment precisely.
I do much think the same thing. I think a lot of what they said rings very true.
I just worry that they're manipulating words for their own benefit, so to speak. I don't
Perhaps.
know. We've talked about this long enough, but there is Martin did mention that they wanted to get ground in the city.
So,
This could be a Always Sunny episode. The gang joins a cult.
mhm.
I don't know if I agree
Right.
with that. I agree with their policies, just not the way they seem to want to go about it. But I don't know. That's me. That's where I'll leave it.
It's definitely a attempt at a grassroots movement.
In any
Mhm.
case, I suppose we should walk faster.
All right. So, you guys follow the crowd. By the time this conversation reaches its conclusion, you do reach the bottom of the stairs, and you're moving back through the tunnels the way that you came. Moving definitely a bit quicker since the person guiding you is not, 3.5 feet tall. It only takes you like a few minutes to get through the tunnels back to where you're pretty certain you came down the stairs. The guard who is leading you, excuse me, you turn around and you can see like the face, almost like definitely a cattish face, possibly lion or tiger. They keep like a cloak up so it's difficult to make out, but they lift one sizable arm up toward the doorway and say, "This is where you came in. All you have to do is go back up the steps in order to exit." He then lifts up his other hand, walks over to the wall, and says, "And this is where you are able to retire whenever you feel like it." He then moves his hand, and the wall like vanishes, revealing that it is a illusion. It opens up a 10-foot wide doorway with closed doors, and he goes forward and pushes the both of them in, and it exits into a rather sizable, high vaulted room with a lot of noise coming out of it. It is basically a common room for a tavern, a sizable one, where tables are spread out, where people are playing games, eating, drinking, conversing. There are areas where Drink is being served out from a bar. There's a second floor like catwalk that runs up around the side, and you can see people like hanging down and like pointing here and there. You can hear the sounds of fighting and see movements in the background where people are sparring for other people's entertainment. But the one thing that definitely stands out is there are no humans in here. There are no humans, there are no elves, there are no dwarves, there are no gnomes or halflings. There are only people like you.
Princess would love this place.
Sven kind of, I don't know how he would feel. He just like quietly observes the room.
A lot of the other people like rush in like to go and enjoy a lot of this. The guard does say, you still have to pay for food and booze, but it's, decent price compared to other places. Just don't start
it cheaper than
shit,
upstairs?
There won't be no shit. Sorry, say again?
Is it cheaper than upstairs?
Yeah, it is.
Thank God.
Good. It's more expensive.
We're good to our own people, but even we have to pay for this stuff. We ain't thieves.
How's the rent?
You actually asked that?
Yes.
What rent? We don't pay fucking rent down here. Kobolds told us about it. We're able to stay down here and nobody fucks with us.
Good deal. Nice acoustics.
Seems like it in my opinion.
Yeah. I'll whatever they got, I'll let's get 3 of them.
You stick around here for a bit.
Mm-hmm. And is there like a area to actually like sit down?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of like seating space in here. Most people are eating or drinking or talking, but there are places where people are like discussing what appear to be like plans. There are people that are reading and writing. There are people that are kind of mock fighting with one another, like outside of the sparring area, or arm wrestling, or even like full on basically Greek style wrestling with one another. A lot of those people appear to be like gnolls. Like that seems to be a favorite among gnolls, is to like see who's the strongest, and then they're gonna go at each other. You see the bartender, who is a thin catfolk girl, just kind of lean forward and point out, like yelling, stop fucking around with shit. And of course, like a lot of the gnolls are like, ah.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that for my beautiful ears? Did you say a catfolk bartender girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Serval with Paul ears.
I'm gonna at least see if there's is there a table that's free, or
Oh yeah, there always seem to be people kind of like moving, coming and going, so you don't have to wait long before you're able to sit down.
Well, I just I put down my food and drink and I just pat the table, looking at the others, and as I'm doing that, I'm casting detect magic.
Sven's already over at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
I grab him by the back of the collar as he starts to walk away. I need to look at the food first.
But yeah, fine.
Let him have fun, Vernix. We can check the food together.
Fine. Go for it.
Hell yeah. All right,
I'll
Gray.
sit down with Vernix.
I'll keep it quick, Ray.
Yeah.
Diplomacy or charisma?
Okay.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
He's going to make an ass of himself.
He stands up on the bar and starts rubbing his face against hers.
I start meowing at her. We're actually having a deep philosophical debate.
So what? You walk over to the bar to hit on her?
Yeah.
She like gets done yelling at the gnolls. It's hard to tell how old she is. She's probably around your age, anywhere between like 20 and 35. She's short, she's small, but she definitely has like that tomboy build. Strong, like black spots that run up down her face. Very tall ears, rounded at the top. Like I said, serval, so bright yellows and blacks and whites. And she just like gets down after pointing over the bar. Somebody talks to her, and she just like turns around. I'll get it to you, goddammit! Shut the fuck up. Well, you go over and sit down. She turns over and says, "All right, what do you want?"
Hey, beautiful. I would like to roll, and let that roll determine how I role play it. So I don't know what you want me
Straight
to roll.
charisma.
Is it just okay?
Straight charisma.
Okay. Can I? I almost said buff and boost it at the same time, and I was gonna say
Boofed it.
bust it or boof it. So I was gonna say something. Is there anything I can do to buff it? I don't think so. I don't think any of my stuff buffs charisma. All right, we're just gonna roll charisma.
Yeah.
Damn.
So,
Because
Yeah.
Great, I'm tall. Great. Do I get anything for being tall?
I will let you know if there are any effects. Go ahead and roll out that pretty average roll.
Got the base DC.
So I suppose I'm a bit new around here. Do you know if there's any interesting people around to talk to?
She
I
kind
bet
of
I'm
looks up
putting
to you
her
as
life
she's like
right
cleaning
away.
and says, "I mean, I suppose so, but like, I'm not exactly your concierge. Do you want something to drink?"
He looks her up and down.
Like a piece of meat.
Oh no, you don't gotta say it that way.
What would that be? What would that be?
I have no idea how to flirt in real life, by the way. So this is a complete blind spot.
I don't think any of us
just-
here do.
Okay, I'll tell you how. You pick up the dice, you shake them,
Okay.
and then you throw them.
Okay.
I mean,
Just
I don't know
you-
about y'all, but my nickname in high school was the Rizzler.
No, it wasn't. Shut the fuck.
Rizzler the Gat.
That wasn't even a term when I was in high school.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, the way you flirt is you take dice and say, "I'm rolling diplomacy," and then you throw them in front of the person.
Do I have advantage, young lady?
And a part of the problem is 99% of things you could say to flirt are outdated 90s things that are super misogynistic now.
Mhm.
So it's like all knowledge you might have gotten on how to flirt.
I mean, if you're basing the entirety of your knowledge based off of 90s movies, then yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that is the entire breadth of knowledge that you have access to.
What you're really supposed to do is like provide a middle school interpretation of Catcher in the Rye and win her over with your exquisite literary knowledge of Holden Caulfield.
Speaking of middle school, what you should do is get a post-it note, write, "Do you like me? Yes, no." And then pass it to her without saying anything and leave.
And then leave.
You just, not even sit down at a table, just leave the whole establishment. Come back tomorrow.
Don't I sign it Druid at the top.
Those things are fucking traps. I got one in 6th grade and I circled no, and that girl was mean to me through high school, like all the way to the end of high school. It wasn't because of that, it was because we fucking hated each other. But that's how it started.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
My brain, I'm like hovering in the vicinity of a good flirt of like, oh, there, you know, I'm looking at a tall glass of something nice or something like. I'm drinking in a sight already.
Are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 I see.
Jesus Christ.
Like,
Are you a biblically accurate
actually
angel?
something we
Because
may want to
Jesus
put a
Christ, you're
content warning
horrifying.
for.
All right.
That joke was.
I rolled pretty
Biohazard.
poorly, so I'll just say, sure, I'll get something, though I'm already drinking in something.
Would it be considered a microaggression if you said to a tiefling woman, "Did it hurt when you were cast out from heaven?"
That's actually good.
Microaggression?
That's fucking funny.
Sure, I'll
Exactly.
have I'll have whatever the house special is.
Sure. Yeah, I can get that for you. All right. She,
I'm
like,
just
turns-
at a distance, like leaning to Phoenix. Not a good start.
She turns around and just yells out, "I see Alonzo, I'm fucking coming! Gods!" Like, walks down and grabs a bottle on the way.
Alright, it's not going well. I have to show her I'm rich.
Let's
Then
say
she'll
picks up
be
the
annoyed.
bar mat and dumps it into a cup. How special.
Hmm.
So where are Vic and I right now? Are we like still chilling out?
I think so. Has Fernix sent a message to them at all?
Yeah, only like about 30 minutes ago or so. It's fine. We got back within 1,000 feet, right?
Oh yeah.
So then, yeah, they know everything that we do, or that we're going to try to meet up with them in some amount of time.
Hopefully not too long.
I'm guessing we're not going to be here too long because they showed us where the door was.
Yeah.
So good. We didn't get the mass sacrifice on day one.
Yippee.
That's going to be on Thursday, actually.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Be sure to bring your chicken blood.
That is today. Today is technically no Thursday.
Mhm.
Oh,
wait.
Or
Yeah,
Oath
sorry.
Day.
Oh,
The mass sacrifice got moved up. Just go ahead and put this ritual knife to your neck and repeat after me. Yeah. So
Can
Yeah.
we be
So-
playing
that's 30 minutes tops, and I'll get over to let them know if we dilly dally shilly shally our way into longer time.
Can we be playing Go Fish with Etter?
Eddar's gonna eat the cards. No.
Yeah, he can learn how. He'd probably want to learn the game out of boredom, and not destroy the cards out of boredom, because it's a little bit more interesting than just chewing on them. They're not very thick anyhow.
Good
Not very
pickup
chewy.
lines. Guys, I need to find some good pickup lines.
She returns after maybe about a couple minutes with a solid tanker of what appears to be a pretty decent ale. Pushes it forward and says, "Single copper."
Cheap as fuck.
To me?
Yeah.
That's
Sven
not very
looks
much for
down
a
at-
whole night.
Wait, did we buy food before I was like, we're gonna go put down our food?
You guys got in. I described the area, I described the bartender, and Sven was off to the races.
Yes.
And I was like, great. So then we go and get something.
What do you guys put
Okay.
in for?
Okay, here's a good one. This might work. Are you French because I fell for you? Wait, no, wrong universe.
Hold on.
Hey, my name's Microsoft. No. Are you a transfer?
Are-
No.
Are you Asian?
That first
'Cause I don't
one
really
may
care.
have-
Oh, never mind.
The first one may have worked because, there is contextual evidence to suggest that the Roman Empire has existed within universe. So therefore, France might. Like, we are currently in the month of. No, we are currently in the month of August. So clearly, real world locations some have somewhat of an effect on this universe.
Is your
Almost
name
like the
Google?
DM
Because
didn't want
you
to
have
create their own
everything I
months
can-
because that's a lot of work.
As someone who
Also,
tried,
there's-
yeah, it is.
Well, here's
guy
a
who's-
bad one.
But-
Are you related
was-
to Jean-Claude Van Damme? Because Jean-Claude Clam or you're
Whoa!
because Jean-Claude Van Damme, you're sexy.
Jesus
Oh.
Christ.
God.
I thought it was about to go in a completely different direction. I was like, oh shit!
So bad.
You got to tell her something, because right now you have the dialogue box open with like 5 different options, and it's taken so long. The NPC's like, "You gonna make me wait here all day?"
Every face on the wheel is angry face, a grumpy face.
Yeah, you're able to put an order in. Somebody does come around.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
basically half the price that it would be at like a tavern up above.
I've got one for you. Are you a gelatinous cube? Because you've engulfed my heart and I can't escape.
Are you looking up D&D pickup lines?
Actually, I got ChatGPT to make me one.
No!
You know,
That's even worse.
it's not cool to enslave robots either. It's
Are you a bag of holding? Because I want to put all of my feelings for you inside and never let them out.
What?
Jesus.
This one might work. Did you just come out of the oven because you're hot?
Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's the one.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. My love for you is like diarrhea. I just can't hold it in.
Oh, you know what? Use that
might
one.
work.
actually,
That
that's
might
gonna
work.
get her for sure. Should lead with that one.
Yeah.
Tell you
Just
what,
like-
you won't have advantage, but roll with 2 dice anyway.
Yeah, just like Sven's soothing mud.
You know what? Sven stares at her and there's a brief pause and he's like, wow, you're so beautiful, you made me forget my pickup line.
Give me a roll. Another charisma for that.
Hell yeah.
Solid
Hell
attempt.
yeah.
Are you soothing
yeah.
mud? Because a long soak in a hot spring, being with you washes away all my worries and leaves me feeling refreshed. That one was bad.
It's,
That was.
it's about 3 sentences too long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You say that. She just kind of looks like, well,
17's pretty good.
like, and she's like, it's midnight on Wheels Day, and I guess at least it's kind of charming. Why don't you take your booze and go sit down before I get real angry?
Yeah, you can't blame me for trying. Not many of us around that look as good as you.
No, but it's really. She just like kind of backs away. It's really fucking weird. Generally speaking, the rule is you don't hit on the staff.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the number one thing that all waitresses and bartenders really, really like is having some random asshole walk up to them and try to get in their pants. I can tell you for sure that's the one thing that random
Surefire
waitresses
way.
really, really like.
If you're trying to get into her pants, ask her if you want to compare sizes.
What?
Jesus Christ.
To compare.
Sven
Okay.
thinks about Sven. Hold on, I gotta give a will check.
Oh yeah, suddenly you have a taste for blood.
Oh, I could go a direction with that, and I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna follow you home and make you sorry for what you said to me. She said that to Sven.
Tear spin apart like a pinata. Just chomp him down.
Like, she definitely seems amused by it, but like, yeah.
Well, after work, you're not Steph.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Nope, she's gone.
Yeah, I was gonna say she had to walk back up the bar.
All
Jeez.
right, I take my drink.
She's casting invisibility on herself on the way home.
All right,
So you can't see where she's going.
I'll get her one day, you guys.
You'll get her. Jesus. I'll find you.
Probably would have been
I
better
swear.
to just, lead with questions rather than let's go for like Night at the Roxbury level pickup
Dude.
lines.
This is a hot fucking cat, folks. Sven has been. I mean, no.
He was just in the oven.
Yeah.
Natari's still around.
Oh, that's true.
Ugh.
Did it
Alright.
hurt when you got cast out from heaven?
Sven feels bad. Sven feels bad about that. He remembers that he likes Natari.
I'll make some mental note to get her some cat ears.
Can we get her a maid outfit too?
Just borrow from
She
the
would
guy.
light that shit on fire.
No, Sven's got a high enough diplomacy that I think he could make it work.
If you pay her enough gold.
We've got
Well,
plenty of gold.
disguises
Yeah,
are for everyone.
We are not in short supply of gold.
Fair enough.
All right. You take your
I'm just
booze
saying.
and wander back to the table. The other two have seen all of this, by the way.
Sure.
Dax is just laughing.
Did we hear it?
Sven has
Or
a
the-
smile.
No, you
on
probably
his
didn't hear it, but you
Okay.
kind of you saw that like he went for it, and she's like the first one was like what the fuck, and then the second one was like come on man, like not upset or anything, but like damn dude.
Well, third time's a charm, and he needs a wingman.
That's
So one of
true.
you two better step up.
Thought about
Yeah.
it.
I
You know,
I thought
no
for a
doesn't
second
always
they-
mean no.
Exactly. Vic gets it.
I thought for a second they had basically like a cafeteria line going, and we just went and paid an indiscriminate amount of money that hadn't been described yet. So
It costs you
now that
like
there's actually something to identify,
2
I would
copper
like-
each for the meal. It's pretty
Sure.
okay. It's
Yeah.
it's about what you would get at like an average meal at like an in-house or tavern or bar or restaurant.
yeah,
You know, half the price of what you would pay there.
cool. So, are there any magical auras on the food itself? I just look directly down at the table. so
Nope,
that I
I'm pretty
just
sure
have
the
to-
food is magical
okay.
ward free.
That's all I wanted to know.
You do feel some magical pings in the area. Most of them are pretty weak. Because that's a 60-foot radius.
Yeah. So, it
Um,
can identify stuff, but I don't really think
Yeah.
it's relevant at the moment.
Maybe
Oh,
like
there's marks on you, by the way.
As Sven is walking back, you do get something like actually like stronger from above you on the catwalk.
Can I see what that is exactly, or?
Well, you'd be looking up at the wooden slats that form the floor of the catwalk, but
Okay.
you can definitely feel that it's moderate to like probably higher end of moderate in strength and a universal in type.
Well, the food seems to be safe at least.
You think good?
Don't know yet. Haven't had it.
It's not bad.
I should order something. My belly is rumbling.
I'm not hungry. You can
I
have
thought-
what I have. Honestly,
that
I
what
just
you-
came in here because
you
you
just
all came
did.
in here.
No, I think I'll go order some from the bartender.
Is she looking mighty tasty?
I like start making a cork board on the table to establish the timeline of events. First, we came in. I thought we had food. I identified the food, or I attempted to. Then Sven went and ordered the food, and now he didn't order the food, so he's going back to order the food. And I start connecting the lines.
He never ordered the food. He went up to get a drink and like totally forgot.
I know. I just was saying stuff that was apparently not heard or acknowledged, but it's okay because now we're making sense of this chaos, and I'm like, okay, that's
Well,
quite enough of that.
I
So
completely
I
forgot that I was
I wanted to detect magic the food, and
the
then
food is fine.
apparently it took like a while. It's
Sven
okay.
did get food then.
All
Yeah.
right. You were able to remember in order to actually order food like a normal person.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
The
Yeah.
food is safe. It's fine. It's not a 5-star dining meal, but it's fine.
All right, that was really funny to watch. But I think I'm
she
about.
likes me.
She's not against you.
Perhaps if I make a big name for myself, she'll be more interested. You know, some ladies they really get some. How do you say it? Eyes for you if you spend a lot of money.
Oh, you could
You
do
know,
the
we call
storytelling.
those gold diggers.
you really want
But
to
for
do
one
something
night?
like that.
Say again,
Garugamesh
Brennan?
is in the background.
Or Phoenix.
Garugamesh was the aura in the ceiling.
He's like, "Shut up, Garugamesh, you're not even there."
Just snuck into the back. He's got good
Garugamesh
stealth
doesn't-
now.
Garugamesh disguises himself as a pig folk to get in.
Mhm. I
He
was
actually might
going to
be
suggest
able to.
that.
So you
Instead
did
of,
say something.
killing you and reincarnating you into a pig folk.
I'm not opposed to the idea as a player, but I think there is some thematic implication that the
That would be
Garugamesh is being
problematic.
punished by being turned into a minority, which being
Yeah.
a minority is not a punishment.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
You're saying a lot of things on this stream.
Well, is it like it shouldn't
you
be
know,
treated?
I'm
It
just
shouldn't be
saying.
treated as a pun. Obviously, it's punishing to be a minority in today's society, but
Let's not dig that hole any deeper.
No,
The
no.
thing is,
If you-
it's not a punishment. It's an action that makes you experience life through the eyes of a minority and learn a lesson.
Right.
It's not
Which
a
you could
punishment.
also do by just using magic to change your appearance instead of permanently being that race now and
No, it makes it more real.
being a decision that affects the player's experience that's outside of their controls.
So I wouldn't
Lawful witch,
actually.
male for polymorph.
But never mind that I'm like not. I didn't even hear. Hey, Gray, do you have a stat block for the pig folk ready to go? Is that something you just had, or anyway?
I'm sure I can make something up.
Yeah, but did you want to?
I don't
Is this
know.
what you had planned?
I feel like we should
Anyways,
focus on
anyways, Yeah,
Look,
you're-
this was entertaining, but I'm about done here. I don't like. I've about ready to leave. If you guys want to stick around,
Yeah.
it's fine.
No,
I've been ready to leave
let's
for a
just eat
while.
our food and go.
All right.
It's better not to attract any more attention than we might have already.
Yeah. Agreed. I'll if you want to finish your food, I'll go meet up with Vic and at least let him know that we're not dead.
I gesture at your food on the table.
I
Should
take like a piece of bread.
Touch
I'm
it.
not that hungry,
at least.
but thank you.
Yes.
I-
Sometimes places are
Sorry?
sensitive about these things.
Uh,
It's food.
fuck it. I'll take it to Grugamesh then. He'll eat the shit out of it.
I'll eat it.
Oh, fine. You can eat it.
I'm a hungry boy. I don't say that.
No. No, you say that.
Damn. Okay. I say
the
that.
The bartender overhears it and immediately.
Oh no.
all right. So, Daxius, you are getting up to leave. Phoenix, are you remaining or are you leaving as well?
I guess we'll stay for a second longer.
Okay. And
Just-
Sven?
I guess I'll follow.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I'm sure you will. You're able to eat the food. It's like I said, it's a pretty average meal. It's fine. For a low
Okay.
price, it's decent. So that's always something. You head out. You're not accosted or anything. All you have to do is basically go up the hall a little bit, right across, and up the steps to the surface. I'm gonna say about maybe 45 minutes to an hour has passed since you arrived. Well, excuse me, since you left Bannerhome, because there was some travel time. Excuse me. And as you reach the surface and make your way back out onto the streets, I'm not sure how exactly you guys feel, but you were able to get in, learn
Usually
some
with my
things,
hands.
and get out without anything too bad happening. Just your pride.
Yeah.
Ben doesn't have that.
We know.
No.
Oh, sorry, no, pride. Right. I meant shame. My bad.
There you go.
I'm going to specifically
Neither
take
one
a
of us
long
group
way
anyway.
around, like go northish, and then dip down an alley, transform back into Daxius, and head back to
Okay.
Vic.
Vic, you and Garugamesh have been playing cards with Etor on and off. Etor has been a very good sport. He has not eaten any of the cards. He has threatened a few times, but gotten bored halfway through.
I'm glad as long as he's just not throwing rocks and biting me anymore.
He looks at you, unblinking, and then just points at his eyes. And he points at you.
Gilgamesh cowers.
Can we say Etor won every single round of cards?
Somehow.
Yeah.
Like fucking somehow.
He just cheats. Like
Oh,
you're
the
playing
fucking-
you're playing Old Maid, and you point at a card, and he gives you a different card out of his hand.
I look at Etor like, I know you beat me, but fucking Vic let you win. There's no way you can beat Vic.
You see Dax.
Smoother doesn't work because he just cheats every single time.
He's the worst poker player like fucking ever because he just rules. It's not even that he cheats; he just does what he wants. Like there's no concept of cheating.
Don't like what was dealt, so you just deal an extra card on top of it and get
Yeah.
the other card out of there.
You see Daxius coming through the other side of the market. I'm not sure if the other two go a different way, but you at least see Daxius coming.
I imagine by the time it
Yeah.
takes me to transform, the others are coming back too.
Yeah, if nothing else happens, I'll finish the food and then let them know when I'm on the way back once I get in range.
Give me a perception check.
Yay. Oh, good. I was like, you really? You're not going to say anything.
You see
31.
Azar watching you from the catwalk as you go out.
Yeah. I just, kind of glance up at him for a moment, and then I head back out.
All right. That's it. You make it back up to the surface without any problem or being accosted, and able to rejoin the others as you please.
Oh, thank God. I'm tired of this little shit always beating me in cards.
What's the game? Go fish?
Yeah. Did Eder tell you?
Wait, really? You're playing Go Fish?
In
What?
losing?
It's the fucking Eder. Fernix made him too smart.
Sven looks over to Eder. No offense, but isn't Eder of a young mind?
No. He files his taxes.
I see.
Oh, at least that makes one of us. I sure shit don't.
Jesus.
Wait,
Show me your
but-
birth certificate, Eder.
Carrying it around.
For
Yeah,
Wait,
comedy's
but-
One of the
sake,
cards
yeah.
shows it to you.
But Eder hasn't existed long enough for the tax season to come around. How could he?
Long enough to get a social security number.
I see. I don't see.
Right. So how do things go?
Uneventful, mostly.
They were interesting. I'd actually say somewhat eventful.
It's a lot of preaching.
It was a lot of preaching. Couldn't. I looked to the others, unsure what I can and can't say. I think a lot of it was, as we suspected, it's revolutionary ideals.
You plan on looking into it further, but for the meantime, there's not much more we can do right now.
Right. It's something concerning? Something that needs to be addressed immediately, or
No?
I don't think immediately, but it is something that an eye should be kept on.
Phoenix can deal with it anytime he wants to.
all right. Well, I suppose the fact that made it through without incident, that's probably
time.
a good sign.
Yeah. A nice
I
change
think-
of pace, isn't it?
Sven doesn't say it, but he thinks about how it's likely because Garugamesh wasn't there this time.
You can say it.
Nope, Sven doesn't say it, but you feel that he wants to say it.
It's
Well,
something that
Garu-
nothing,
You feel that Garugamesh appreciates your restraint.
Hmm.
it's something that doesn't need to be said.
You emote this to each other silently. As the
Through Fortnite
words were
dances.
appearing over your heads, telling each other about your feelings.
You do telltale facial emotions at each other.
Like
Man.
Gmod face modeling.
Yeah.
Ruben
Fuck
starts mogging
Telltale,
at
but
him.
fuck Telltale, but also I miss Telltale.
I miss
They're
Telltale.
still making games.
Well, they're making games now.
Yeah,
I thought they went
No.
bankrupt.
They did,
yeah.
but then they didn't. I
Sure.
don't really know what's going on with them the modern day, honestly. But
How's your Mew streak looking, Sven?
oh my fucking god.
Don't make me start mogging on you, bro.
Still vaguely unsure about what that term actually means.
Yeah, I don't know
Same.
what mogging means.
I've never even
I have
heard
no
that
idea,
one.
but it's ominous enough that
I know what
I'm
mewing
cringing
is.
reflexively.
I might be the only one who knows what this is, but has anyone
No,
else
I
seen?
know what it is.
Thank
Have you seen
God.
Gunatar?
I know what the first half of
No.
that means.
Gunatar,
No, I don't
the
thi-
last backbender.
Yeah.
What?
Well, you could always put it up on your screen if you want.
It's this series of edits that people make on TikTok using where they take avatar edits but put in really brain rot language into them.
Oh, this is a lot
okay.
of different things, though,
That's-
not just Avatar.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, no, I know, but Gunatar is my favorite. I've seen it with Breaking Bad as well. But I don't know. I think it's hilarious.
Weirdly, I see it more with other things than Avatar. Like Avatar,
Well,
I rarely see it.
That's just my For You page, though. I get Avatar stuff anyways.
Well, it is getting rather late, so perhaps we should just head back for now.
Yeah.
What time is it?
Midnight.
About
Time to
midnight.
get a watch. Got him. Sorry.
I discussed with the others doing some reconnaissance, but I think perhaps that can wait. We do have things to do early in the morning, like, deal with a cult.
Among other
I-
things,
I-
yes.
I thought about it.
If you think it's worth spending the time, that's fine. But
I think things will come to us as they tend to.
We'll see.
Etter kind of gestures at the two of you, like,
Shut up, Etor.
like he
Stupid
gestures
fucking
at
piece of
at Vic and Garugamesh and just puts his hands on his head.
Puts his hands on his hips.
I don't understand.
He just throws his hands up and he shrugs and he just crosses his arms and sits down. Waits.
I think he wants to play more cards.
I think he wants to play Mortal Kombat.
Edgar's got one of the giant Street Fighter game pads.
Yes. Just
Oh, I can
Edgar,
just-
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
he's a stick player. He just shakes his head and just breaks down. Phoenix will explain when he gets here.
Oh, it's Furnace?
Am I?
I thought Furnax was there.
No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, they got there like 8 minutes before me or something. I had to eat.
Fair.
Oh, I was
How
assuming
fast
that
can I
everyone was
possibly
there.
eat?
You
Yeah.
can eat on the way.
Well, yes, that's true. But the idea was I remain behind in case there's more mental contact, and they didn't want to talk with you guys around.
Fair.
But there wasn't, so instead I went,
All right.
Well,
and I figured that instead of being like, I don't know, I guess it would be like, hey, why don't you come with us to the thing like we talked about before? But that's okay. Yeah.
The way I understood it is that we were waiting for everyone to get back before having the conversation because Daxius had to
yeah.
take some time away to do his transformation thing,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
so
that-
in the meantime, Sven and Furnax were finishing up the food.
Yeah, then for I was like,
Yeah.
I thought Sven left with him, but yeah, forget it, we just.
There's been a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
And
It
it's hard
gets
to keep track of
confusing.
stuff between
I
the mogging chat.
Yeah, I don't want to assume that something happened again
I
That's
don't
all.
know.
because
Yeah.
it might be important.
Mog champ.
Yep. I was assuming the furnace was there. So
Yeah, I
Sure.
was too.
Well, Enter was there, so basically, yes. Because I was gonna say, comes down the road and is like, you don't want to talk about the fucking shit that we're going to go do like right now.
So-
Well, we
So
could
my-
say that Phoenix appears as I'm saying
We
that.
we were Well, we talked about we were going to go and investigate this other thing, and I was like, okay, cool, we should get them in on it and tell them about it. And then
Oh,
you get
what was
back and
the
you're like,
other
are we
thing?
gonna do anything? And you're like, nah. And I'm like, it's
Wait, what-
it's your thing that you wanted to do.
I thought about it in the meanwhile, in and out of game.
So now so now you don't want them there.
No, I don't know.
Okay,
I was
Alright.
thinking I could just do it tomorrow night.
but okay,
I'm thinking as a player, we've spent enough time here, and I'm sure the others want to be doing stuff too.
well,
okay, let's.
yes, which is why we were going to go do stuff with the whole party instead of this, since we're done with that.
Right.
So instead
Yeah,
of
I
talking
get-
about mogging,
I get there and I'm like, we're gonna go do this. We're gonna go do this thing that Daxia said and that we talked about already in game. I'm just telling you out of game. Good.
Well,
Do you all agree?
do we want to do this? I'll mention it to everyone. Yeah. Is that investigating around Crown Heights? I'm not sure we'll find anything, but
I mean, what are you looking for?
Platinum
We can-
Dragonborn.
We can walk around and like investigate stuff, but if we're just looking for people that exist in the area, then it's not really going to be a like why.
Well, this person likes to approach you.
Mm-hmm. And he did mention a specific location that he saw the guy. So
We want
Crown
to
Heights isn't too big.
do a cursory lap around the area. That's fine.
All right.
Mm.
Sure. If we have time for it, yeah. I would like that.
All
I
right.
think we
Yo.
Communication.
We're great at it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
totally, 100%. It never
the
falters.
best.
All right. And with you guys finally all back together, you're able to get moving to try and take a little bit of a lap around Crown Heights, since at least, hey, that's on the way back to Bannerham anyway, so that's always at least a nice thing.
Mhm.
Before we do that, we might take a little bit of a break so people can use the bathroom, get something to eat, and maybe come back here at 8:30ish, thereabouts. That'll
Sounds
sound
good to
good?
me. Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Then see you in about 10 to 15 minutes. See you then.
bye
See ya.
all.
All right,
That's
and
fine.
we're back. It was a bit longer of a break than I had anticipated, but
It just got really rizzed up.
people kept saying things that I don't think
Almost
anybody
not long
needed to
enough.
hear.
A lot of. Let's just say skibidi toilet and leave it at that.
Yeah. It sounded like a lot of pain to me, but
Yeah. My brain hurts.
Yeah,
Each
sure.
their own.
Let's go with that, I guess.
Profanity, but worse.
So, now that you've finished with your infiltration, reconnaissance, entry, I don't know what you want to call it, into what purports itself to be the Cult of Scales, you have all managed to regroup at the Wall's End Bazaar, and the plan was to go to Crown Heights. I believe there wasn't necessarily a specific target in mind, but it was like to make a loop or two and then head back to Bannerhome. Am I correct?
Yeah, then sleep the rest of the night away.
Okay. Somebody give me a D20.
I'll do it.
Okay.
-R1D20. Sorry, I am petting my dog right now, so
Okay. All right. So, who is leading and where exactly, like, what route are we going?
I think we're just
following
Going, I
Daxus, right?
follow me.
You're the one who wanted to do this, right?
It was your idea.
Fair.
you suggested it.
I don't
Yeah, I
know.
think it was
Crown Heights is
Dax's
not
idea.
my. It was my idea, but Crown Heights is not usually my hunting ground. I'm not super familiar with it, so I guess it's just walking up and down the streets and seeing if we find something this late at night. Maybe we should split up because the person that found themselves alone with this figure was alone at the time. So splitting
I
up may
don't
not
think
work.
anyone would be jumping me, so
Right. I'll probably just be wanting to find out more if we do get approached, so
Yeah.
try not to do anything too hasty.
All right. Yeah, just looking around.
Okay. So you are all. Is that what we're doing? You're all splitting up.
I'm
Sure.
looking for clues. Wait, hold on.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mm.
for more ground.
Shaggy, you go with Scooby. I'm gonna go with Velma. Jesus.
Yeah, we'll check upstairs in the
I
bedroom.
wish.
I just saw that clip.
Dude,
We were talking
always
about YouTube
with
poops, and I gotta say, The Misadventures of Skooks is one of the top tier ones.
Oh, classic.
All
What
right.
I
forgot,
wanna
we
know
can't
is
we
where's
can't
the
we can't do the
caveman?
OK symbol now on the internet. I forgot about that.
Oh my god.
That's
Oh
right.
my god! Stop! Stop! The libs are gonna cancel
good.
you.
You censored it.
Yeah, it fucking
Yeah.
vanished out of the background.
They're on to me.
Right. And now Pocket Cat is very angry.
Because you
I know.
flashed
That's
the hate symbol.
that's a feeding call,
Yeah.
actually, so it's more like she's like, get over here.
Yeah, in some cultures it's okay, in others it's a feeding call, in others it's racist.
Some it's calling somebody an asshole.
That's
So-
right.
Everybody choose a number between 1 and 5.
4.
Now somebody roll me a d5, because I'm assuming people have chosen their number.
Is us choosing the same number not a problem?
I guess
Yeah,
it doesn't
like-
really matter. If people want
I
to
heard-
write down
I heard-
and enter their number.
Okay, there was one number, and then all the numbers were chosen. So
So 4 is chosen.
another number.
Yeah.
1.
I will be 3 then. So 2 and
I'll be
5.
4.
Just someone is already 4.
I'll be 4 then.
I'll be 3.
I'm already 3.
Those numbers were already chosen.
I'll be
This sucks.
0.
How are we supposed to count to 5 like this, guys?
Yeah, give us an easier question. This is too hard for us.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry. You may not
Just-
believe it, but this group has never done an improv exercise together before.
Now,
Let's see how they work this out.
I personally, I know numbers between 1 and 5, but for everyone else, can we just like say what they are, what the options are?
Well, you have 1.
Yeah.
I've chosen the
And then you
number
have
1.1. Wait a second.
I will roll the d5.
Somebody roll me a d5. Jesus Christ. Barry, give me a perception check.
No. Okay.
Hmm.
Perception checks are here.
Okay.
Pretty good. Not really.
Not really. Well. Mm.
I don't like that.
You guys have split up. It's only been maybe a couple of minutes as you're kind of choosing, I don't know, parts of a area to make it like a dragnet. I'm gonna say that going from 1 to 5 means that you're going either further south or further north.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Sven, you are heading up the road that runs along the southern end of the Kenning Royal Botanical Garden.
Should I say that I actually do have my stuff on? Or, wait, hold on. Is the goal to get jumped so I should appear weaker?
I don't know.
It's up to you.
You're
You're alone out here.
I guess Ben will. I guess he won't have his armor, but he will have his long sword.
Okay.
And I guess not Sasha.
You didn't bring
he
Sasha
have-
with you, and Sasha wasn't mentioned as being with Vic and Guru, so I'm assuming that Sasha's at home.
Yeah.
Could
All right.
get her if you want, but well, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't
I think
know
it's
the
more.
map, so I don't know the logistics.
It'd be pretty far.
Yeah, I don't have Sasha.
All right. You are putting up a front of weakness, I'm assuming, is what you're going for.
Sure.
Crown Heights is a relatively okay neighborhood. It is kind of that weird edge between like working class and the nicer parts going to the northern side. So those of you who chose higher numbers, you're actually up in the nicer parts of the neighborhood. Mostly larger homes, mostly privately walled in or guarded. And yeah. At this time of night, obviously, the Royal Garden is closed. Even David McSpirits has closed as well. Its chimneys having fallen silent as the workday has ended. So you are heading up the road, going from where the Lunar Guard has a precinct building towards the towards Castle Lunarbrook, along the southeastern side of the Kenning Royal Botanical Garden. And you notice that there is an individual standing kind of in front of the opening to the gardens. The gardens themselves, their grounds are not like 100% closed off. As you're seeing now, I don't think that your character has ever been into the grounds, but even in the darkness, you can tell that the openings are not like gated off. The individual in question is kind of leaning up against the fencing, pretty heavily cloaked, alone. The street is pretty quiet. You can hear the movements of people on other streets, the activity of people in their homes, those who are still awake at this time of night. But otherwise, it is pretty quiet.
And I see an individual that matched the description of what we're looking for.
They're heavily like coated, cloaked, and they have a hat on. but they are sizable, so you assume that they're most likely male. They're not as big as you, obviously, because I don't think there's a lot of people who are like 7 foot fucking tall. That are at least among the inheritor races, that is. I don't think you ever got a description as to what this individual looked like other than their race, being dragonborn, and the color of their scales. Silver, platinum, white, something like that.
Okay. I guess I just like I'm supposed to walk past them and hope they go after me.
If
But I
that's the
just,
plan
like-
that you're going with.
I think that's what Daxius wants. So yeah,
I'm
I'll
not
just
there. I can't say anything.
I guess
You-
take a glance over at him, give him a slight nod, and keep walking. I'm not gonna ignore him. I'm gonna eyes on the back of my head a little bit, maybe.
The individual, as you kind of get parallel to them, they had been leaning up against like there actually is fencing that runs around certain parts of the grounds. As they get close to you, they kind of step away, turn, give a bit of a whistle, and start walking into the gardens.
I'm gonna, as I'm walking, just cast Spider Climb on myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm just gonna keep walking.
All right. You keep walking. You reach the end of the street where it comes to the crossroads. There are several kind of nicer homes that stand at the bottom of the mound rising up to Castle Lunabrook, over the edge of which the wall of statues peers down dead-eyed into the night. And you hear a bit of whistle, but you find yourself alone.
I guess once I've walked maybe down the road a bit, and I kind of look over my shoulder, and if I don't see anyone behind me, I guess I'll just lean against a building or a house or something like that, and just make it look like I'm waiting there for someone.
Okay. All right.
Try and give him a chance to come after me, I guess.
The rest of you, Birch, I guess you chose number 1. You reach the end of the street and take a left, kind of going towards where he is going, or excuse me, where Sven would eventually come out. Probably right around the time that Sven gets there and sets up. The rest of you, I think Lamb would be the next one up. I'm not gonna have you roll a perception check because why? So you kind of see the same thing, and those that are farther up the neighborhood, you don't see that. Most of you pass somewhat more traffic, especially Birch, since you're on a more major thoroughfare running between neighborhoods. Vic, you pass a couple of lunar guards who just, give you a nod and keep moving. Daxius, I think John, you and Daxius were at the far end. So you guys come out kind of nearer to the Hallowed Vale, and you see some traffic as well. I think, John, you pass a few lunar guard as well, who, once again, just give a simple nod and keep moving. You can hear they're chatting about just random crap. Nothing really intellectually stimulating coming from them.
Rumesh would only be listening for stuff about himself. He's like that.
Yeah, no, it seems to be more about like which shows they've seen, where they like to eat, that kind of stuff.
By like that, I mean he's listening.
That guy we beat the shit out of a few
Yeah,
days ago.
yeah. He's listening for that.
Yeah.
Trying to know if he's gonna have to prove himself to these lunar guards again.
They come up and they're like, "How's it going?"
Because he took their worst beating ever and he walked it off a day later.
Urbamus says he
distinctly
learned
remember-
something from that encounter, but he didn't.
I distinctly remember him being in the Yamcha pose on the ground afterwards.
He was, yeah. So yeah.
I guess shit. I'll be looking around. I'm guessing there wouldn't be any sort of suspicious figures hanging around the Lunar Guard, but I think I might check around some of the surrounding alleys.
Okay. You find that it's relatively not overly busy. The closer you are, obviously, to the Lunar Guard precinct as well as the Great Pantheon, it's like there's traffic, but there's not people like laying in wait. These are, especially here between Crown Heights and the Hallowed Vale and North Lunabrook, these are some nicer areas, even if they're kind of low-key nice. You can hear music kind of wafting on the wind, most likely coming from the Wandering Warlock or the Inkwell. But other than that, it seems to be a relatively calm, if but cool, night.
I'm gonna roll perception to see if I see any, to look for anyone standing around, because everyone is milling about, it sounds like. If there's anyone standing, they should stand out. Well, that's not much better than Sven's.
I'm gonna say that Vic at least notices Sven kind of hanging around because he's 7 foot tall, and Grugamesh. Maybe you notice like maybe Dax is coming out at the next street down or two down and like looking around.
You find anything?
No, it's the area seems to be clear. What about you?
Empty.
You'd think there'd be any sort of trace of them. Maybe something we could follow?
You'd think, but this guy seems slippery from the description.
If he's as slippery as he is, he might leave a slime trail.
Or a magic trail.
Yeah. Could you use detect magic?
I can. I'll use detect magic. And I'll do another loop around really quickly in like a light jog. We shouldn't dawdle too long. We have more to do in the morning, but I'll do another loop.
So, you guys get back to it. Daxis, I'm assuming you're covering like a little closer down, so likely around the Huck Physic Garden, Sacred Heart, Torvacher Estate, kind of in that area.
Sure, yeah. I have to go back down that way to meet up with the others anyway.
You cross past the Torvacher Estate, and you are hit by a lot of magic coming off of that home.
Jesus Christ.
Like an unusual amount of magic.
What is it, Dax?
Just the Torwatcher. How the fuck you pronounce that place? It's magical. Is there a certain ping? I'm getting like transmutation, divination.
Hold on, let me. Decent amount of conjuration, a decent amount of illusion, and a decent amount of universal. Probably the strongest it would be conjuration.
Gotcha. Is it like? Is there anything? What specifically is giving it? Like, I'll take a closer look. What specifically is reading off magic? Like the metal bars around the place, like the house itself.
The house itself, but it seems to be more focused on windows, doors, things like that.
Yes.
Is there a marking for this house on the map?
Yes.
It's right here. Ping. Yeah. It looks like it's stuff to prevent against a robbery. So not totally surprising. Person who lives here is smart. Good thing I didn't try to break in. Honestly, the only reason I wanted to is because I didn't think anyone would actually be there since I misread the message, but it's besides the point. Well, this isn't of interest to me right now, but I might come back here later since they apparently wanted to talk without walls, so to speak. No, you're doing the dwarven equivalent of picking your nose, so let's go find the others.
Yeah, well, I mean, it might be fun to try and infiltrate their way in. It's been a while since we've done a sneaking mission.
It might be fun, but it would be really dumb.
Dumb fun, the best kind.
That I can agree on, but not here.
Gorilas makes a full sprint for the house.
Do you actually?
Yeah, I'm gonna go up and knock on the door.
I'm gonna. What are you, Gurgamesh? What are you doing?
I'm gonna ask if they've seen any suspicious figures in the neighborhood.
Wait.
We've been deputized, and we should make an introduction.
We made an introduction 3 hours ago.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We were just here. They will recognize who you are. They also probably know who we are because we went in there with our Valier pins on, which was stupid, but we did.
I need
Okay.
a drink.
So,
Let's just go
Needed.
find the other. Come, Gurgamesh. We can talk to these people
We're gonna
later.
bullet for no reason.
Do I have to wear the leash?
I think you might have to wear the leash.
Only if you want to. But you know.
I'm just.
So,
I take the group of climbing from Gurgamesh, and I wrap it around him like a child leash.
you guys
Sorry.
are leading him. I don't know. Are you leading him out or are you dragging him out?
I'm drag. I mean, I would try and drag him, but I don't think I'm strong enough for that.
No, Gilgamesh was walking on all fours, so you don't have to drag him.
After, like, you guys get out onto the street and you're moving, and that's when you hear the door open.
Duh.
Like, and, like, the same individual who answered the door initially, like, goes to the doorway and, like, looks out into the darkness with a, like, a cigar held in their fingers. So you're, like, already moving up the street, like, past the barred gates, and fencing surrounding the property. Give me a perception check.
Nothing to see here. Just a kitsune walking his Garugamesh.
Nah, he looks human again.
Yeah. That's really funny.
Walking as Garugamesh.
Nah, I don't think we get it.
No.
You hear a bit of a, like, you chuckle, because it's a pretty quiet night and the wind carries it. A bit of, like, words muttering afterwards, but then, like, they step back into the door and then close the door softly.
Do you still have Detect Thoughts up?
It's only 60 feet range, and no.
That would definitely
It would be
within
gone
60
by now.
feet, though.
It only lasts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like 7 minutes at most, or something like that.
Yeah, it doesn't last long. Which I honestly forgot to ask, but I didn't think I would get anything from anyone at the meeting with the Beast Folk earlier.
The meeting, the thoughts that you did, because I think we did kind of go over that, where a lot of it was like low-level concern about like what was going to happen, and like how things have gotten worse in the city. The female Rougarou, the one that was like probably better off, perhaps like a clerk or a skilled individual of some kind, possibly a wizard, definitely had a thoughts of like, should I be here? Like, are these people to be trusted?
Fair.
The guards, I think you get a ping off of one of them of just keeping an eye over everybody, making sure that like nobody stands out as possibly wearing a disguise or having ill intent. And unfortunately, well, actually, let me check that. No, you do not get
Actually,
anything off Kazar.
I cast radiate ill intent.
Oh boy, here we go killing again.
Put out negative vibes into the world.
I cast bad vibes.
Sorry, I have to fuel the Shungo Kusatsu somehow.
The what?
You know, the killing intent. It gets better every time you make a kill. So if you try to do that a bunch of times and never actually kill anyone, you could, in theory, stay at the same level of power for literally as long as you physically can, even if now it's a style made for killing. It's not actually any good at it, but it's the thought that counts, right?
Right. The more you know.
Got to make some sort of attempt at getting that done.
Down in the common room, you got more of a carefree, like less guarded, people enjoying themselves, talking, playing, eating, drinking, sparring, etc., etc. But after that, I think that probably would have ended by the time you got back upstairs.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
all right.
You are leading your head crab back through Crown Heights in the most bizarre fucking display.
Oh, I'm not actually doing that with the rope.
No, we're not.
Oh, I mean, if you want to.
I thought you were.
No. Oh yeah, for the bit.
For the bit, sure, why not?
Which is why the individual laughed and went back in and closed the door.
Sure, yeah, we'll do that. That's funny.
You're going south. You don't. You do
see,
get.
You have cover now.
Wait. You do get some magical hits off of detect magic from some of the other homes, but it's not nearly as strong.
Right. All right.
Vic Birch, Vic Furnix, what are you doing?
Was outside of the alleyway that Sven is.
Okay, so you did go to meet with him.
Well, were we going to meet up afterwards, or?
I think so, yeah. Vic,
Okay.
Did you walk down as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you said I heard the whistling coming from the botanical garden as well?
Yeah.
Okay, and if I see Sven, I'd probably go over to talk to him first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Vic, I'm actually a bit surprised to see you here. I thought we went different ways.
Yes, well, I saw you standing down by the end of the street.
I checked my watch. How long has it been?
Watches weren't invented until the 1800s.
I checked my watch.
Existed in the pocket watches existed in the 15th century.
What? Really?
Mm-hmm. Most of them weren't very good, and a lot of them were very big and hard to maintain. Pocket watches, as we know them, didn't exist until about the 17th century.
The point of the London clock tower was for people to set their pocket watches to it.
Yeah.
I thought that wasn't built until the 18th century.
I think it might have been begun in that, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Industrial Revolutionary.
I don't think Sven bought a watch though.
No, I didn't. It was a joke.
Oh.
Yeah, he looks at his wrist and then realizes he's not wearing a watch because watches haven't been invented yet.
Because I wouldn't have been there more than like maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah. Some time has passed, but not that long.
I assume you heard the whistling as well.
I did. I was assuming that if I stayed around, they would maybe approach me, but they haven't yet.
Yeah. Do you want to go in and find out for yourself, or
Suppose we could do that now that it's more than just me.
try to get the attention of the others. Perhaps I'll be passing around this direction. Or if you prefer, I can cast invisibility on myself or you. Do it.
Probably your. Well, actually, I look over his armor. I suppose we both make as much noise. It is your spell, though. If you get knocked out of invisibility, as it were, you could cast it again. If I did, yeah, I'd be screwed. Though I do currently have a spell cast upon me, Spider Climb. I suppose I could get out of a lot of sticky situations.
It's up to you.
It's up to you. It's your spell.
I mean, technically, I could do it twice, 3 times if I had to.
I mean, we could just both be invisible then, I suppose.
But if they did try to make contact with you, then it might be worth just going in. Unless you're concerned about it.
I'll be honest, Vic. I'm a rather large kitty, as it were. I don't think I'm very well suited for stealth and these kinds of things. I could try if you really wished me to, but I don't have a great amount of confidence in my ability to sneak.
Well, we can always see if we can't grab one of the others.
If I were to put myself on a scoring table where numbers are arbitrary, I would say that I'd only be about 4 good.
So I have 1.
Ah. 2 very, very unstealthy people discuss the possibility of stealthing.
Yeah.
I don't imagine the Daxis and Gurgamesh are very far old. Phoenix, for that matter. Take a minute, collect them, and come back.
Perhaps that would be better.
All right.
Is Phoenix mute? I saw their mouth moving, but I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
I'll head up the street to the north a bit. See if I can't find those 2. And if you want to check for Phoenix and then meet back at the spot.
Sure.
Well, guess we split back up and go collect the rest of the group.
All right.
You see me
Look for
walking my
clues again.
Garugamesh?
I've been doing it for like 5 straight minutes.
Can I get up now? My knees are scabbing.
No, not after this morning.
He starts whimpering like a dog.
Okay, now it's weird. Yeah, get up.
All right, I see Daxis and Gurgamesh, and then I turn around.
Oh yeah.
Without
Let's
making
see, What
contact.
was that? What was that, buddy? It's only weird if you guys make it weird.
And you've made it
From
weird.
last week, I didn't write down who said that, but
I'll be honest
Okay.
with you. I
I don't think it's very important.
think
It
it's
just came to mind.
inherent. I think it's inherently weird. Somebody walking somebody else on a leash. I don't know if making it weird is the problem. I just think it was weird to begin with.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it was.
I don't know. I mean, I see that all the time. Like, that's pretty common in Louisville, at least.
Is
no,
it?
It's not. No, it isn't.
I mean, if
Do
they're
not lie
two,
to us.
I remember, okay, so
Okay.
Thunder of Louisville happened literally 4 days ago, and last time I was at Thunder of Louisville, I did see, like, a furries out in public.
I mean, yeah. When
And that
furries
has
have
to do with
conventions,
what
you'll
you're
find them.
playing. What?
No,
One
where,
of the
Does that have to do with what you're displaying? Can you be more specific, please? I don't think we spent enough time on this.
Where furries go, people
You
in
got-
the pub play follow. This is not good for
You
stream,
got,
is it?
you got.
I
three
didn't
steps.
mean to. I didn't mean to suggest that all furries are into walking people on leashes.
This is
but-
not a good hold a
Can
dick.
Can we just like focus on the game for 5 minutes? 'Cause
Yeah,
every 30 seconds somebody makes a tangent.
No, it's
Somebody-
It
me.
has nothing to do with the game.
I don't.
it has
All
been a
right.
trend today.
Let's
Skibbity
let's
furries.
digress.
From
Everybody's
Oh,
feeling
okay.
real good.
Okay, I'm
Are
gonna
you sure?
backseat DMs here. We all gather at the spot where Sven was, and we can
Yeah.
discuss the plan moving forward because we don't need to be talking about walking our pet Gurgamesh.
Drag them together. We take the cat ears off of Garugamash. We pull the belt collar off his neck.
Yeah, we get all our wrestlers and our GI Joes and put them in the same spot.
We scrub the musky husky off of Daxius.
Right. I feel like at some
We should
point Sven
bottle
should
that,
start
save
taking
it for
psychic
later.
damage.
You bottle that?
Can I aerate that? Does that count as a potion that I made?
No,
Speaking of
no.
tangents,
I've got
So-
potion materials.
So, you guys managed to get their back up down where Sven decided to set up. What information do you provide one another?
did you guys find anything?
Oh, what is that smell? No, just kidding.
That's me. Sorry.
There's some whistling noises coming from the botanical garden. Sven mentions he saw someone walk in.
Oh.
Well,
All right. Well, that is it. Just a person that walked in like that? People do that.
They whistled and they looked at me, and then they walked in, and there was a figure with a robe on. I don't know. It seemed suspicious.
Sven,
about what
they
what
whistled at you, walked in the botanical garden, and you didn't follow them?
No.
It
Do you-
seems
Do
like
you?
a fair decision.
Do you have no social awareness?
I would feel the opposite is true. That's
Daxius, let me ask you something. Somebody who has potentially jumped and harmed non-inherited races whistles at you, and you want to follow them into a place. I don't have my armor. I don't have Sasha. You think it
Considering
would
that
be
we're
a
looking
good
for them,
idea?
yeah. I
Well,
would, but you don't have your armor, so that's fair.
Yes, Daxius, I'm telling you, I found them. I am not going to get killed by them.
All right, fair enough. That helps. I just thought you were. I was confused. That's all.
No,
what are we
It's
doing?
been a long night. Where is
it's
it?
it's entirely fair.
Are we going in?
I'm not walking into the ambush
Fair enough.
without backup.
Are we going in or not?
Let's go in.
All right.
Mhm. If you'd like to talk to them one-on-one, just say the word, but yes.
So we go in.
We go in.
Mhm.
I can sense the tension.
Yeah, I think that's probably good.
All right. So,
No buffs right now.
I think we're all right. If anyone jumps, it's probably commoners.
Again.
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 We get two newspaper
Uh,
publishings in a row where we ended up being directly responsible for the brutal murder of like 45 civilians.
yeah.
Couldn't be helped.
Ripper.
I will heighten our awareness and give us the good old moment of greatness.
Mhm.
Doesn't do anything right now, but it's there for 8 minutes.
Look, Vic, they were
All
poor
right.
people, so it didn't really matter.
Well, is there anyone still in the garden?
So, you guys mosey down the street, possibly being dragged by the ears by Vic, depending on the individuals in question.
I'll give myself another heroism just in case.
And enter into the garden.
I guess if we're doing this.
You you find that the interior of the garden, for those of you who have never been inside, which maybe Daxius was once,
Like one
perhaps
time.
the rest of you may have been, but assuming not, you find it to be a set of several large, primarily glass buildings, houses. all of which are dark and their doors closed and most likely locked. In the very center, as you are led into the central courtyards that run between most of the buildings, you find a rather ornate fountain, which is currently spewing fresh water up and out and trickling down over its marble features. Very floral, with elements suggesting like mermaids and fey creatures in the sculpture. Up the, I guess, moving through the courtyard a bit, there is a statue up on a solid plinth. Human man. It's hard to tell who they were, but the dress that they are in suggests maybe an academic of some kind. Since it is rather dark, you guys get relatively close before realizing that there is somebody else standing on the plinth with the statue. And the whistling that you had heard slowly peters off to nothing. No voice comes out. Those of you who are unable to see that, or at least not very perceptive, are most likely clued in by those of you who are. You do see a 6 to 6.5 foot tall figure, heavily jacketed, a wide hat on, just leaning back almost into the embrace of the statue, looking down, what starlight and moonlight that there is, illuminating a gray overcoat and matching hat, which covers their visage.
And this is not Cyrus, I would assume.
No. They're bulky. I will say that. They're pretty... They've got rather broad shoulders. Cyrus is pretty thin.
Seems to match the description. If no one else is going to approach, I will.
Go for it.
Are you approaching him?
Oh,
I got the joke.
I got it.
The joke was gotten.
Anyone else coming with me? The whole group? Just me?
I mean, we can.
Yeah.
We're all there. We're not
Yeah.
gonna leave.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, peace.
I leave.
We'll pick you up at half hour.
Yeah. Have your mom call me when you're ready to get picked up.
Mommy's got to go chain smoke and inject her heroin now.
Yeah, I might be asleep for a while, but that's all right.
Don't worry if I'm a couple hours late. Okay, just wait.
Oh well, I'll get close to him. Yeah.
You step forward, going up to the probably about waist high, maybe a little higher shrubbery, like oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Manicured shrubs which run around the statue. There's no like walkway up to the statue. It's just completely surrounded by it. So this individual just went through it, obviously. They're standing probably about a good maybe 12 feet off the ground. So your height and then half again is where it brings you to their face, where their face should be.
As I'm closer, can I have this. Can I roll something to see if they have any illusions on or something?
Yes, and do you also have detect magic maintained?
Yes. Oh yeah, I do have that, so I don't even need to look closer. I just have that.
You sense a good amount of very powerful magic off of this individual.
Universal.
Take his stuff.
Let's see. You have
Uh-oh.
evocation, necromancy, divination, abjuration, transmutation, conjuration, universal.
Okay, so we're probably dealing with an adventurer. Someone
You got a full boat.
Someone like
It's
that.
him.
You got the spellcraft.
I have 1 rank in it.
Okay.
You can make it.
So then you can identify what some of those are if any you want.
How many of those do I have to roll?
Next,
How many do
identify
you want to
level.
identify?
All of them if I can, I suppose.
All right.
I'm probably not going to get any
Enjoy
of
your
them.
rolling.
Yes.
Would you like guidance on? Never mind.
Sure, I'll take it.
Okay.
We're just
That's
standing there.
caster level.
He just stands there and lets me cast.
Yeah, we're standing there silently in the dark. Fernix is just like repeatedly cast guidance.
Yeah.
No,
As-
everyone
yeah.
start casting guidance. He'll love it.
And Axios is just staring at him.
And just yeah.
He's
Give me-
magic.
First of all, how would you like to go from weakest to strongest, or
Sure. Yeah, weakest to strongest.
give me 2 more rolls?
I'll go. I'll take a guidance on the strongest one.
Okay.
Guidance might get me over the hump on the last one.
Okay. So you're definitely able to tell that they are wearing a cloak of resistance and a ring of protection. That is for certain. And
Standing
the last one. Oh yes, they also have a headband of inspired wisdom on them. +4.
Oh, interesting.
+4.
+4.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That took me a second.
By the
Uh,
time you get through the second one, you hear the individual just kind of click their tongue and say, "Not impressed."
What, should I be impressed?
No, that they just say, "Not impressed."
No, I say that back. Should I be impressed?
With yourself? I don't know. I ain't your psychologist, and I ain't your mommy either.
I cast Fireball on him.
No, that's not right. Let's see how many necklaces of fireballs could I have crafted in this time. Let's hit him with
Probably
that.
Probably 17, right?
Just all throw beads simultaneously, like we practiced this.
Right. So what are we doing here?
This
You got
is
one of our
apparent.
attention. Yes.
He matches the description, right, of the King of Scales. Like now that I'm closer, he has like he's dragonborn.
You can tell that he is
he's-
definitely dragonborn and of a lighter CL color, yes.
So you obviously saw us coming. I'm just gonna flat out ask it. Why are you pretending to be a god? Or is that just what they made you?
The individual kind of like rolls their head back, and definitely in the starlight, you are able to see that their scales are like white or platinum in color. And he says, "There's a store series I like. Investigator has a little troop of people who act like eyes on the ground, and they're rather useful. When it comes to keeping eyes on things, it's a whole lot better to have many more sets than my own."
We can agree on that.
I start hitting on him.
Am I really the one doing the talking here? All
You
right.
apparently are.
I think.
Well, what? Yeah. Well, I mean, as someone who's also established an underground cult, I've got a lot in common with this guy. So scoot on over.
Be my guest. Please.
Mm-hmm.
I've started
Yeah,
a
it's- I
number
mean-
of cults.
I mean, Gray, you're familiar with it. It's 18 pages of my backstory. Really, got that volleyball high up in the air. I'm about ready to spike it right now.
You know,
I-
you have more fun as a follower, but make more money as a leader.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what.
Look, to be honest, I
You,
wasn't expecting to find you today.
Well, it's hard to expect much of anything anymore. There's another place that I'm familiar with. The people there believe that those who have a great influence on the world, well, like dropping a bowling ball on a mattress. The mattress being the world around them, and the bowling ball being them. You understand what I mean?
Think so.
Look, I think we can cut to the chase. You are a person of strength. You didn't have to be standing outside. You didn't have to whistle us down. You knew we were coming. Why you here? Why not a person under you? Why you personally?
Who says there's people under me?
There's a kobold
We're right
under you.
here.
There's a kobold
Yeah,
under
no,
you
it's-
and a movement under him.
Oh, poor Azar. Half of me kind of regrets helping his ass, especially twice. But, well, gonna make the best of a bad situation.
So why flag us down? What do you need? What is your goal?
Because I want to see the people who managed to stumble into some of the most powerful horse shit on this goddamn planet.
And you couldn't sit at our table in a bar or in the Valier Society? Surely someone as strong as you.
Less
Yes.
prying eyes here,
Kind,
I assume.
we kind of did just go and check on it.
Yeah, we kind of sought him out.
It's a lot easier when you let the other people come to you than you go to them.
Well, I'm sorry we're not a bunch of paragons of hope and virtue like you were expecting.
Oh, I wasn't expecting anything. I just wanted to see.
And now you saw. So, would you like us to make the introductions first?
I think he knows who we are. We
Sure,
are
let's give
very...
us a rundown, shall we?
It's impolite to assume. And of course, I'd like to let you introduce yourselves rather than presume.
Daxius.
Ben.
Vernix.
Vic.
Urugamesh.
And together we make the Gate Crashers, and we all pose.
Take out the weapons and we annihilate him with our giant beam.
We all jump him.
So is that all from you or us? I'm going to be honest, I wasn't fully involved in this whole King of Scales thing, so I don't
Well, this is the
know what the
king.
context is. All right, well, did we have any business with His Majesty?
Guess I just want to know what you want.
Personally, what do I want? Nothing. I want to be left alone. This is the work I need to do. But the
Oh, so you
thing
do
is,
want something.
There's gonna be some things happening. I'm quite certain over the next couple months. Rather dangerous shit. Things which are presently in flux, and of which a few of you have already grown rather familiar with the proceedings thereof. You see, there's certain places where magic's getting a little bit unstable, and there are people that are very interested in that. I like to stand between them and the damage that they could do. And I think you're already rather familiar with the damage that they could do.
Yes, well,
Right.
Familiar.
I hate to be too forward here, but we've dealt a lot with a lot of mysteries, platitudes, flowery words. Could we perhaps get to a point? I'm sure that you want something, and if we are able to get it, then perhaps we can come to some sort of deal. But I'm not in the business of standing around in the middle of the night, in a botanical garden, to have someone wax poetry at me.
Yes, I
Additionally-
agree. If we were to meet in a botanical garden, I would surely hope it'd be during the daytime.
It is rather pretty.
If you're going to pop out of the woodwork and expect not to be filled with a few holes in the situation, feel free to be a bit more clear about what your goal is and why they're using you as a figurehead, and you're letting it happen.
I do agree with my friends. I feel like, you're not a god. You're not a. You're a person just the same as we are. There's no reason for poetry or vagueness. If you want to tell us something, if you want to convey anything, just say it plainly.
I just want the facts.
And I don't think that they're watching us right now, but just in case, they've got something special hidden up their sleeve.
I'm indeed a person, but not quite like you. So,
Uh-oh.
what do I want? Let me just say that there are individuals in this own city that are rather interested in some rather dangerous shit. I don't know who it is, and I don't know where they've taken what they've taken. Because even my own magical abilities are rather limited. Perhaps you'll get ahead of me. Perhaps not. My one guess is that one of the individuals involved is causing the expansion of the Dream Realm in Bridgefront.
Now that sounds interesting. We've been investigating something similar,
I know.
as you're probably aware.
I have to be in a lot of places all at once, so if you manage to get your hands on what I believe might be a page, it would be best to don't hold on to it for very long. Do you know what happens to individuals who hold on to unshielded, extremely powerful magic for very long?
Usually
Madness.
they die.
They go fucking insane
they're
and
lucky.
kill themselves, yes.
Yippee.
That's all
Good
that
thing
happened
we're
once.
built different.
Sometimes
I'll
death
pass
can be
few-
mercy.
All right. Well, then
So
to
we-
summarize,
Yes.
the cult has a magical artifact of extreme power, something you describe as a page, and we shouldn't keep it too long. Is that all?
Otherwise, we seem to want the same thing.
I suppose for now
Right.
it is. Otherwise, I'm
Right.
gonna watch and be amused by it all.
Yeah, so are
Well, we're
most
glad.
people.
Well,
Nice
if
of
there's
you to
any
offer
good that
your
can come
help.
of this, it's at least it's your amusement.
Is that what happens when you get powerful enough? You just sit back and watch.
Yep.
No, you have responsibility foisted on you. One of which now I'm most likely shirking. So, we'll see how things go, because something tells me this isn't exactly the last time that our paths are gonna cross.
Speaking of which, do you happen to have a fuck's this thing called? The thing we speak to the wizard to.
Sending
and-
stone.
Sending stone, that fucking thing.
I do. However, I've got a messenger that I'll send in between us. I'm sure she'll fucking
Sure.
hate it.
Oh,
Is she hot?
I'll tell her you said that. I'm sure she'll be real appreciative.
Well, send her to Sven's room if she's interested.
Sven doesn't
I-
say no, but he just looks offended. But
I
he
don't
doesn't
know
say
if
no,
she would be
importantly.
willing to swing that way if it's who I think it is.
Who do
Now
you
it
think
seems that
is?
one of you's smarter than the rest. Thank the God.
Yes, he
I
is
pay
the brains
attention.
of the operation.
I roll an intelligence to be the smartest.
Wow.
No!
It did. Yeah, so you two just saying that just confirms that you did have something to do with the religion cult going on then.
I thought you
You
were gonna
made
be
that
like, you
symbol
two,
on
you
the
two
hand?
saying that confirms that you're the dumbest in the party. And be like, yeah, that's fair.
Nah.
Oh.
But you're definitely... You're of Asian, aren't you?
My own way, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, goody. That's very clear.
I don't worship magic and I don't follow Vase. But they and I are rather intertwined. Whether I wanted to or fucking not. And just to be clear, I do not.
I admit I'm growing rather tired of this false detachment doctrine myself. Technically, that cult is under the umbrella.
Yeah. How deep of
We
an
should
involvement
not
do you have
judge
with the
them
cult?
for what they do.
As I watched through him, he's harmless. Wanted to be
I'm
a
sure.
cleric, specifically to Liliana before he came here. Well, he gets to be a cleric now.
A vase?
Sure.
Why not?
That's not a straight answer, but alright.
Well, it's easy enough.
Whatever, I don't care that much about that fucking kobold.
Well,
Why? Because he's a kobold? Racist.
No, it just doesn't seem
where
like
did it all go?
doesn't matter.
Oh, you weren't talking about me.
Do you have any idea what their plans are? Because I'm worried they're gonna try and fucking...
Start killing nobles? Yeah, I can see it
Yeah.
happening.
I'm not against it, I just am against people throwing their lives to a cause that is ultimately going to get squashed anyways in the end.
You're thinking a little too long term right now.
They seem to
Right.
want to think long term and don't know how to do it.
I'm saying if shit goes the way I think it might, we won't ever get there.
How so?
Let me put it this way. There's a reason why mankind's old capital was erased from the fucking map. Let's just say somebody's rather interested in what's buried underneath it.
Oh.
Hmm.
Big thing go boom.
So it's
Kind
not
of-
really a factor unless that happens to get over here.
They get what's down there. Here and there will be the same thing.
Ooh.
History will repeat itself. That's worrying.
History loves rhyming. So,
Yes, it does. Well, we're here to try and avoid disaster. It's the whole reason we're together.
and I'm doing my best to not share too much.
Yes, we
There's
can
a
tell.
reason. See, I know
Why
some
share
people
anything at
seem to
all?
believe that events can be affected when you don't want them to be. Sometimes you have to let things play out naturally. And the more you try to change things, the worse they become.
Right.
So why talk to us at all?
Because I'm from here. And I'll be damned if I see it explode before I have a chance to say otherwise. So,
So you want to help us, but helping us hurts. So you don't want to help us too much, but you're still helping us?
keep a light touch, yes. More or less, I don't want to let certain amounts of knowledge get out. Because even in the best situations, people that mean well can do a whole lot of bad damage.
We all look to Garugamesh.
I looked to the whole group.
No, all of you should be looking at me.
And that's
how
why I
many
let...
how many beads of the necklace of fireballs did everyone want, by the way? I just-
As many as possible.
no reason, just how many d6 of damage would you like to take when you roll a 1 on a...
Or not
No?
take.
Okay.
I'll take as many as I can.
I wouldn't worry about trying to kill me.
Well,
Well,
you're not the threat.
Because it's easy.
Because you couldn't.
It-
Are you
I
immortal?
didn't say that.
Damn near.
well, now you're just
Interesting.
being obstinate.
I'm being what I am.
And what is that?
Allergic to specifics.
Hell yeah,
That.
brother.
Very fucking old.
Hmm.
Is that why he thinks you're platinum?
Yeah, something like that. Asa believes what he needs to believe. I've said that he is harmless, and in a way that is true. But he might be useful down the line in case certain things happen. Specifically,
Useful.
well, let's say that we're getting pretty close to when the Emperor is going to choose where he's going to winter.
Heard about
Oh,
I have it on good authority that we already know where that will be.
I believe was that Innsbruck was also vying for the spot.
I think every place is vying for that spot.
Hopefully he chooses to go there.
Yes,
Right.
well, the Emperor does bring with him a certain air of drama, so to speak.
He also brings his coffers.
Yes, well,
He also brings unwanted attention to those in the city.
and to
Now
himself.
we understand.
Hmm.
So,
So,
yes.
The
Forces
Emperor
converge on the
encountering
city
this-
of his choice.
Sorry, Bert, say again?
The Emperor encountering this thing buried in the ground is bad.
If my guesses are true, I'm thinking somebody might make a play while he's here in the city.
I think someone will make a play no matter where he goes, but specifically here. What? The entire city would get blown up?
I
I
think
don't
that's
know.
what he's implying, but maybe not specifically, but
Hopefully my own divinations are incorrect.
Have they ever been in the past?
Yes. Yes, they have.
I see.
That's the thing with divination. Closer you get, the more accurate they are. Closer
that's
you
why
are,
you
the
don't
little-
like
the less you
specifics.
can affect change on the world.
Yeah.
Right.
Divination
tend to
casters are
be
the
a lot of-
fucking worst.
There's a lot of factors, but also sometimes people will project things that they have already decided on before a spell has even been worked. So it's best not to put too much stock into them.
Yeah, you won't have to be worried about the city blowing up as long as we're on the case.
We'll see.
I chuckle after a second of considering that.
Just give us your blessing and we'll make it so.
I'm gonna message Fernix and just say, now I'm worried more.
You can just whisper. Why do you keep messaging? You have
Because
to whisper for the
messaging is fun.
But you have to whisper for the message to work anyway.
Whatever, it's flavor.
Wait.
Shut up.
He's right beside you.
Well,
Don't
maybe
worry,
Caxius puts
he'll
his
never
hand up and
notice.
whispers.
He'll never see this, guys.
You'll never see this.
Yeah.
For now, I worry about the cult that's already doing damage.
Which would
Yeah.
be the Brotherhood of the Spider.
Yeah.
Well, if you're so worried about it, why don't you help us with it? You know? Team up.
He's too old now. That's why he's asking for our help.
I don't know, he claims to be
doesn't
powerful.
He doesn't seem to believe that it's possible, therefore it's impossible. Worship this thing,
believe-
he's immortal.
What you need to believe.
That which you manifest appears before you. He sees the city blowing
I-
up, so it may become so.
Choose to keep a pragmatic outlook. There's no reason to believe more than what we're able to experience.
I love that the level 20 is trying to be like cryptic and cool, and we're just dogging on him.
Yeah.
He like leans back, just kind of smiles a bit. Boy, you're as fucking weird now as you were back then. All of you, especially you. He looks right to Fernix.
Back then, did you
Afraid
know it's in a
it's-
past lives?
He's a divination person. He just said that, Grugamesh.
I don't do divination. I just live very long.
Oh,
I
how,
do
I'm
diviners.
sure you,
How
I'm sure
long
you
were
don't
you?
know me.
how long were you familiar with all of us, by the way? Just to make sure, in case we, need to inform the Lunar Guard.
If you'll know so much, what's my
wait a minute.
last name?
Did we all fuck up badly enough that we all ended up in the same exact place as our last lives? Is that why we're all together here now?
Probably.
Oh, God.
Is this some kind
This
of
is the-
purgatory?
This is a Final Fantasy VIII plotline playing out. We all forgot that we were in the same orphanage together, even though we've,
God. Since you guys went through the old Vision Temple
Right, I
in
remember that.
Innsbruck, that's how long. Except for
I
him.
was-
Him I knew from a rather long time ago when him and his master got a little too close to something dangerous.
You know, I didn't like the way you said master with that Tallahassee accent right there. That made me think of something else.
see now.
You never told me this story, Fernix.
Well, no, because knowing the story kind of is I would prefer it if any of us were going to die over something that we don't know anything about. Basically, it would just be me, rather than every single person here.
Right.
Which, considering that I know basically that my master was killed and until recently had no idea why, seems more than fair. After all, it is a responsibility to keep secrets that would hurt others secret. Isn't that right?
Generally speaking.
I've endeavored to do that. I did not mean to, scare anyone.
Let's just
So-
say, I don't want to call y'all Tavaran, but fuck it. Might as well be. So,
Calls what?
Yes, if
Tavaran. It's a phrase I learned a long time ago. People who have an outsized effect on the world. That's the thing. I'd like to change certain things, but some things happen whether you want them to or not.
right.
And the more you try to make those things not happen, the more you entrench them or make them even worse. Why can't I change a lot of this stuff? Because I know if I do, they get worse. Sometimes the best play is to do nothing and let things play out.
It's
Yes, that's wise advice for most things. Not most things, but it's better to let these things pass through you than to destroy you.
it's been rather difficult to process it even, so I suppose I've taken more than my amount of time, but also I found no leads for the last 2 decades or so. So
Sometimes I do good
It's
work.
it's been exhausting, and there's no reason that any of the rest of us would have needed to be burdened with that information. Searching for a needle in a haystack is tiring work.
I think we're already doing our own needle in a haystack.
Would you like another one?
So it goes.
Perhaps another time. But I am interested,
Well,
if not
it
morbidly.
does seem relevant now.
So, I don't
Well,
have much else to say to any of y'all about much of anything, other than that, yes, we will meet again. And no, it will not be entirely pleasant. It will most likely be against every single warning imaginable, and then some. Because, well, we don't let a good warning go unignored.
mhm.
And
Simply do what you think is best.
he kind of looks to Garugamesh and says, "No, I would break your fucking arm."
But do you think that love can bloom on a battlefield?
Now I want to know the answer to this as well.
Roll charisma.
It's
Okay.
that ninja.
He like steps forward a little bit and is like, "Oh, Vita's Zane, you fucking weirdos," and he drops. When he gets
Rizzy.
to the ground at the foot of the statue, he vanishes down through the ground through a portal which
shit, he-
appears and closes up behind him.
He Obi-Wan us.
Yeah,
Sven
you think
puts
he'll
his
arm wrestle
hands-
me next time?
Sven puts his hands on his hips and huffs and says, "Well, if we were to summarize what we learned here,
Nothing.
Not really
Agree.
a lot. Just warnings.
Nothing.
If the next
Cryptic-
conversation is going to be more painful than this one, we may need to.
Cryptic warnings from a guy who wants to help, but can't, but did anyway, try, but didn't."
I think
I
that's
fucking hate people, diviners. They all fucking piss me off.
Is this
He
what
would-
happens when you get
It's-
powerful?
He said multiple times that he wasn't a diviner.
He
Right.
does divining like things. He got signs from something. I don't know.
I believe
Either way.
A
he
man of
made
his
mention
strength,
the temple.
probably man of his power and wealth, probably has a diviner on staff.
Yes, I'm sure he was. God.
Where do you think
I
his
don't-
accent was from? It was really it
It's
was
somewhere
really
from the south.
enchanting. It was really
That sounded-
enchanting.
He did say he was
It
native
sounded
to
kind
the
of
area.
similar to the chapter masters, actually.
I did like the accent, Gray.
Mm,
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was
it
a
was
good
good.
accent.
It was fun.
what I've been holding
I-
on to.
Mhm.
I do not like that guy, but we shouldn't
Well,
disregard his warnings.
What warning?
if it
Well,
makes you
that
feel
if-
any better, it does seem like he's not opposing us, at least. But
It'd be nice to have him on our side, since he's so powerful.
Yeah, well, apparently he's too
Fair.
old and frail to be of any fucking use on an actual, like, physical scale.
there may be a situation that's possible where that's already the case.
I need a drink.
I think so too. Is there anywhere open this late? It's
Yeah.
The
Bars
Valier
open.
Society has a bar open, but there's some other nice places nearby.
let's go then. I don't want to be here anymore.
We
Yeah.
could go and ogle at the. No, we should. Never mind.
Shameless.
We could go and harass every barmaid in the town. Come on, let's go.
Look, guys, back then they would have liked it.
You know, it's called a captive audience.
All right.
Come on, well, come on. They have the right to quit their job at any time. They can
Exactly.
walk away.
You just have to finish out their shift.
Hmm. Well, no, they don't. You know, they don't need to get paid. It's silly.
This
We're never needed money.
Sven's gonna wife this lady.
Ben's going to get a restraining order from this lady.
Yeah.
Probably.
Do we have any other business tonight, or can we all just go to sleep?
No.
Well then, as usual, go fuck yourself, all of you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
They truly love each other.
Aw.
All right. So, Daxius is going off by himself to go drink. What is everyone else doing?
Isn't it like 3 in the morning?
It's midnight.
Yeah.
Mhm. I was going to go drink, but now I guess I'll go in a different direction because he's like, fuck you. So I'm like, oh, well.
Oh, that's he's Daxius, man. he's just fuck you to a lot of people.
Okay.
You're welcome to drink with me if you want. Didn't realize I have to fucking say that after like what, a month?
I can't. Oh, is this I don't want to drink with you, you idiot?
Drink with me. Come on. Just
Okay.
come on.
And just get pulled along in a direction. Bree looks at everyone in confusion, like what's happening?
All right. Let's go.
All right. So is everybody just going to drink?
No, Vic's going to Banner home.
Okay. Sven?
The drink.
Yeah, I'll drink.
All right. Vic, you return to Banner home alone. The rest of you go drink until
Oh yeah.
whenever.
I don't
Hotel
Hell yeah.
closes
out
at 2.
late. Yeah, like half an hour ish. Just get some drinks and head back.
Okay.
I
Alright.
do
well-
sit on a set of words that he says though, sometimes about like doing nothing, and by trying to stop something you can make it worse. That just sits in the back of his head until he goes to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So,
yeah.
who's drinking?
All of us except Vic.
Okay. Good.
I'll toss a gold
So,
out
yeah.
for it.
Once we've got our drinks in the barmaid or whoever, once we're not subjecting the serving staff to our conversation,
Mhm.
like, which if we did, by the way, I would make full eye contact the whole time, like I'm expecting them to participate in the conversation, and then if they start to talk, I'd be like, "Excuse me, this is between us," without looking away from them.
I love it.
Mm-hmm. So, what did you all think of that?
I think I need a night's rest.
I mean, did that ring any bells? You ever seen that person before?
No.
Do you feel comfortable with the fact that they might have watched you when you were a child?
No. It's not even something I thought about, wanted to think about.
It's something that, oh, sorry, he just dropped. So, wanted to be sure.
He
you
answered
picked
that he
up.
watched you since you went through the Vasian temple in Innsbruck.
That's right.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
Said your entire lives, I thought, and I was
No.
like, all right. Yeah,
No.
okay. Cool. Because then he was also like, oh yeah, the other thing before, and I'm like, okay.
For
It's gotta do
you
with-
specifically, and you know what I'm referring to.
Okay. Oh,
At
he's
least
one
I
of them.
hope you know what I'm
Right,
referring
right.
to.
No, because I was about to be like, that could have been like an avatar of Vase, just real casually, because of the non-intervention thing and all that. But it still could be.
I don't know
Right,
if there's much
so-
more to say on the matter, to be honest. I just wanted a drink so I could
They're
go to bed easier.
they're hopefully an individual who's immortal, who's just a fairly learned spellcaster, but it's entirely possible that rules may have changed, or there may be a representative from Vase. So
Seems as though he wants to help, but there's a conflicting interest preventing him.
Yeah, that was made plainly obvious. I just...
saying
What? I don't get it.
that things have happened before. Are you familiar with the concept of an Ouroboros?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Turculinity?
I don't think that actually.
You don't think that's a word?
I'm not familiar. No, I don't know what that word means actually.
know.
You'll have to clarify.
The endless cycle, perpetuation.
Oh yes, perpetuity. Sorry, I wasn't quite sure. It's a bit hard to hear in here sometimes.
Oh no, you're good. I said a funny word on purpose. I meant to say like I don't remember. I actually didn't. It's like
So that's a really
okay.
strange dwarven term. I never understood their language.
Their language, yes.
Yeah.
But
oh
right.
circularity. That's what I was
Mm,
riffing off of.
gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Anyways,
Well, yes. So the concept that things move through a transitory period and then recur, as though it were a massive serpent devouring its tail, it's a concept in alchemy as well,
Sven's eyes glaze over.
oh my gosh,
and it's also a historical constant. So,
Hmm.
I've been reading the Carl Jung book on alchemy.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. So basically, I'm trying to think of the best way to explain this, and I think it's best to just throw out what I think might be going on, which is that we're dealing with some sort of an cyclical episode where certain events may have believed to have recurred or be about to recur based on kind of past evidence. So
This sounds like a lot of, pardon my language, bullshit.
it could be. But this also relates to something that I was told by the Ion itself. I'm simply going off of phrasing here, but it does seem like maybe if a certain series of events had happened before and things didn't go so well, if you were immortal, let's say, able to also retain your senses over a long period of time, yeah, would you be able to, just through patience itself, wait for the entire lifespan of the universe to try and make a different decision?
That seems incredibly boring.
It does. Kind of thing some would, well, choose not to experience. But if it was important, if it concerned the safety of the universe, it would be, well, perhaps one's only option if, once everything went away, one simply didn't and had to wait for it all to begin again.
Are we? Are we? Feels like we're jumping to conclusions. Are we saying that this is what this guy we talked to did, or
He's implying that he's aware of certain situations that he wasn't present for, meaning that he had to have acquired the information somehow.
I assume
thought
magic?
I thought maybe he had divine insight from Vase. He did say that he and Vase were connected in some way.
Right.
He said it wasn't
Since-
willing though, which was peculiar to me.
Probably meaning that he has to use the power, not necessarily because he wants to. But
Or that
I don't know.
that is good, though. And there may be other factors in play that we're not aware of, but if there's some bullshit happening with time involved and predetermination or something like that, it is better to be aware that this insight may be coming from a place of experience. It doesn't mean necessarily that it will always play out the same way, but one can assume common factors all play out the same way, regardless of intent. if they are conducted in a similar enough manner. At least that's the common theory of cause and effect.
The more Daxis listens to you, the more his face, he just kind of turns to one of dread.
But obviously, if we're being told this, then there's an expectation that we have the ability to change it, so as much as I dislike being spoon-fed what I need to know a thing at a time, it may be best to play along with this.
Still don't like him.
I
Yes,
prefer making informed decisions myself. But it's not always a possibility.
I wonder why divinations exist when they can be changed. It's, logically speaking, there's only ever going to be one path of fate.
True.
I suppose if you think about it, and if you're questioning that, perhaps even divining in the first place is what's setting that in stone.
Question's too big for us to answer.
Question's too big for me.
Right.
I was not built or conditioned to think about timey-wimey shit, alright? I'm a history nerd. I
You
read
should be
some
all
books.
about it.
Then you're quite familiar with time in a way that I'm not.
Not in the sense of it's fucking repeating itself all over again.
Those who fail to
Isn't
learn
it?
from their history are doomed to repeat it.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about an entirely different. I was not meant to.
It's not as though I'm saying this is how it is. I'm simply
No.
extrapolating what I believe may be possibly a fact. It doesn't. I'm more than happy to be corrected, but
No, it's just that I've had this feeling for a long time that I haven't met you all by accident, and hearing all this shit and all the shit we've heard in the past few month or so, or however long it's been now. I don't know. It just reinforces that fact, and this even more. And it's honestly disturbing the fuck out of me.
it is almost like a gravimetric pull.
I don't feel
And
any
at
of
least-
this, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well,
I just
I'm,
want to go to bed.
right. I'm basically fresh out of ideas other than that, but although it's a long shot, I felt like it would be something to consider in case it jogs anything. Especially if it turns out this guy was a weirdo, just stalking around and watching all of us at certain times. Would be lovely to hear someone admit that so that I don't have to consider the greater implications.
No, he might be. Just a fucking weirdo watching us. Could be total bullshit he's feeding us.
If he is receiving information from Veyes, it's in contradiction to one of their basic tenets.
Maybe that's why
Except-
he's not willing to help us, because it's one of the basic tenets, and he's apparently in bed with Vase.
If absolutely necessary. That tenet is not really. It's not really something that one can follow in all situations. A difficult concept to grasp, I'm sure, but it may be for the best. One can't simply create a rule that applies to everything in reality.
This is hurting my brain. I'm gonna go get a drink. Sven gets up and goes to the bar. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay, can I get another round too? I think after
Sure.
this though, I'm good to just hit the hay.
Yeah,
It's-
same.
All right.
But
With that
yeah, agreed.
philosophical concept and conversation thoroughly wrapped up, I believe.
Yep.
a side note, for some reason, this book, when it's the index for Ouroboros, it lists it as an animal and not a concept,
Huh.
which is strange.
Maybe
Not
'cause
entirely,
it's
but
like
also yes.
snake devouring its tail.
Well,
But
yeah,
you know,
no.
There's-
They introduce it as a dragon in the
Mhm.
first mention of it here.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah.
serpent or something like that.
Serpent, dragon, snake.
I've
Whichever.
always thought it was a dragon.
Yeah.
It can be anything really. There's one depiction of in here with like the head of like a rooster or a chicken and like the body of a dragon and a tail of a snake.
All right. So, after either a short amount or a long amount of time of drinking, you each eventually return back to Bannerhome, perhaps staggering, perhaps walking, and retire to bed. And thus ends a very long day.
And I have a feeling an even longer day awaits us.
When do people
that-
get awake?
So before we go to bed, does anyone need healing? Because I have first level spell slots.
I don't need any.
No.
Yeah.
Nope. All right, I only need them for myself then. Perfect. That's all I need.
All right. That leaves everybody good. I'm assuming that Vic is up first in order to do his prayers, meditations.
Most likely.
I want to ask, is there anything that happens overnight? Anybody?
I don't think so.
Okay. Who would be up after Vic?
Sven, maybe. Doesn't Sven get up decently early?
Then usually sleeps in.
Or who am I thinking about?
Mhm.
Is it Vic?
I get up.
In order to do those
Oh,
meditations.
Furnace gets up early. Yeah.
That's
Mm.
true. I'm like, yeah, he doesn't sleep very much.
Oh yeah, Vic does. Sorry, Fernix gets up early, but like they also spend an hour doing prayer.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say like nights ever since I got to the city have been not.
I'm back with the drinks. What did I
We
miss?
went- There's no one at the table. We went to bed.
Oh,
Yeah, it's been
Wait
8
on the
hours.
door, good morning.
I
These are
guess these
morning
drinks
ale.
are for myself then.
Took him 8 hours to get 3 beers.
Mm-hmm.
She was pouring it really slow.
It's a Guinness. It takes a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say I get up earlier than I normally do, just because, yeah.
I would get up early if I could craft for an hour.
You.
Sure. That means I have now banked enough crafting hours to craft something. I'm going to craft the gargoyle gem. One of them I'm going to... Oh, wait, no, I did that last session. Oh, shoot, that's right. Wait, no, I didn't. I talked about making it. No, I'm going to be working on that emerald amulet that I was talking to Daxius about the last time I was crafting.
Yeah, I'm gonna wake up and go find Gilgamesh and... morning.
Yeah, so it's the brilliant green emerald that is in the bag of holding, and it is worth 750 GP. And with that last hour, I have banked 8 hours of crafting. I'm going to down a potion of Crafter's Fortune, which should give me a +5 in addition to the +2 from my artisan tools. So that'll be a total of a +7.
Do you need any help with your final touches? You know, I got some dance moves in me.
I hold out the ring and I blow on it for good luck. Like it's a pair of dice.
Yeah.
Does your family do that, or is that just mine? I think that's a
Yeah.
common thing. I think that's a common thing.
Like, yeah, look,
Yeah,
people
okay.
do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
my family does that.
Oh my god.
You should have not gotten me to blow on it.
Ah, fuck me.
Burn some inspiration.
Can I use an inspiration to roll again?
What are the rules that we set up?
I don't think that's in the rules, but
Guarantee a hit. Add 6 to an attack roll which whiffed.
Can be used
strike
after
6.
a failed roll.
But
Oh,
I
no,
don't
that's
know.
has to be a skill check.
Or saving
Yeah,
roll.
this is like a variable thing.
Yeah, I
could,
assumed.
You could use it to add 6.
It says at the bottom for skills that
Yeah.
have structured DC, a player is allowed to use inspiration to roll again.
Oh.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, technically, this isn't a failed roll because you still would have made money off of that. But
Yeah, technically you would have
Yeah.
succeeded. Is that 12 plus? There's the 2.
It's up to you if you want to burn it.
Can I burn it to add 6 for 29?
Yeah.
So for 15, the DC, or for 750, the DC is 15, which means I'm over it by 14. Let me see. So, oh man.
Oh man.
Let's see. I think it would be probably better to re-roll. Could I just re-roll?
Sure.
If not, okay. Big money.
Oh my god. What a roll.
All right. No change in outcome.
It's a little better.
Yeah.
It doesn't give me anything else, but that's okay.
Oh.
That's really funny though.
Can't control that,
Okay.
unfortunately.
No. Okay, well, that's fine. So I will add that to my inventory.
Oop.
Actually, it wasn't a ring, it was an amulet that I should have had you blown on.
All right. So I'm assuming as time goes by, you guys all eventually gather back up in the common room. And I think as you guys are getting together, that's most likely where we're going to be ending for today. You guys can then plan out what you're doing for this day in between sessions. Process the things that you have seen, and you know.
All right.
Mhm.
A lot of tangents this session.
Yep.
I'm a little guilty of that myself, but
Oh yeah, I'm the worst.
Same. But
It can be
yeah, I
funny
was
though.
like,
Can
I was
be,
like,
it
did I
just-
just get dropped a line that implies that I've already seen all of this before and da da da? I'm like, yeah, that's not a very cool thing to just keep to myself. I'm gonna at least say something, even if it sounds crazy. But did yeah, if there's someone who's got some ability to know stuff about your character and from something that already happened, it's a good thing to keep in mind.
So if anybody has any questions about anything that was discussed, just let me know. I'm sure maybe if you have the question, somebody else likely has it as well. Yeah, I guess that will be us signing off for tonight, and we'll hopefully see you guys next Wednesday and go from there.
all right. Catch you all
All right.
later.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Catch us next
Peace.
week.
Bye.
see you.